Hello. Wow. I just read the YouTube chat. Hello, every pony bazinga. Oh, right. Oh my Jesus. Oh, God. That was so many terrible things in a row. Jesus. My God. Nightmarish combo of like early 2010s. Game? Game. Why is it open on that page? Or that? It opened on my second monitor for some reason. Hey, they're on. Let's see if there's any update to the game. Will I have to reset or restart, rather? That's the word. Also, do I have my volume sliders correctly? Where is my mouse? Jesus Christ. Okay. Arknights. YouTube channels have weird names, yeah, because YouTube decided to make the stupidest decision ever. Where the display name is now the same as account names. Which makes for some very stupid, silly names sometimes. Where did I put myself? Where do we go? Where do we go, chat? Where do we go? Center. I should make it so that my head is always on the center character, of course. It's like me. It was me in game. No way. Oh, goodness. Fix the damaged robot. We don't necessarily need to. Gaming? Any mail? No mail. Yesterday we did indeed get a mail with a bunch of just materials to like use for leveling up. Why is it all the way over here, by the way? To scroll all the way. However, like, okay, they gave us a bunch. It still wasn't like that much, honestly. Like, it wasn't. It helped you level up one unit a little bit. Face next to 4-character mud shots, right? Yeah. Give me my credits. No way. Sure. Refresh me. Sure. Not even gonna bother with the arsenals. I actually just want stuff to level up people. Yeah, sure. I think I need that one. Minus 95. Sure. I am actually very close.
Originium will carve a path for.
I hate fools who like
to be able to fully promote someone. I need some money and I need 4 of these. And then I have enough. Look, I haven't had the skills all. Wow. Wow. I bet these masteries are insanely expensive. Oh no, okay, it shows what you need. 8 of these, I have 3. Oh god, they all need different ones. Well, actually, okay, no, it's my mind. Okay, I guess probably characters use 2 different materials of like these materials, and then obviously these. Plants are all the same. Yes, it's this one, these materials that switch around. Which obviously, these materials are a funny one. I mean, first of all, holy moly, they do not give you a lot. When you get like, I think you get like 6 or something for doing these. You get like 6 per run or something. Like, not a whole lot for like 80 stamina. But also the funny thing is you can actually, you get like the other ones as random drops as well, which I guess like over time would mean that, like, you know, if you're farming up for one character, you would then need less. You know, you randomly get some of the other ones as drops as you're farming up the one specific one. You'd like eventually need more. I need 56 D96 steel sample 4 is a sentence you can say. It is a sentence you can say. It is 50% numbers. So is it really even a sentence? But, you know, you can say it. It's true.
Come on, let me do something for Enfield.
Get into a
Come on! Come on! Come on! She says. Fine, we'll go repair a robot. Where is it? Institute of Material Science. Oh, it's in there. Oh, right, yeah, there is the anime. True, there is the animation where Levitine just kind of looks backwards. True. Guess if I just like, because obviously she was I'm assuming it probably doesn't happen if she's running. I mean, obviously most of the time we're running. Yep. It's pretty simple. You just walk for a bit. And they'll do it. Does she have one as well? Okay, it is inside. Oh, is it inside or is it? I think it's inside. Does she not have one? No, kind of a little one. Oh, never mind. I think it's because she's looking at this thing. Okay, she just likes turtle. She was just looking at turtle. Oh, he almost fell over. Surely other characters have like a look back animation as well. Not the manga by Tatsuki Fujimoto, but because Levitine did it really quickly. Okay, I mean, yeah, I think it's mainly, maybe there was just, because I did intentionally walk close to the NPCs. So maybe it is just, it triggers from being close to like, you know, something to look at. It's just, hers is so obvious. The other ones just kind of turn their head a little bit. Well, she has like this entire turnaround. Like she actually looks behind and not just to the side. Is it actually Levitine unique?
I think I spotted something.
Or maybe it's like a
interesting over
limited
there.
character thing.
Let's go check it out.
Because, I mean, at least on this very, very quick, very scientific attempt here real quickly, didn't seem to be like an obvious that everyone has it. But obviously it could be like one of the things that, oh, like 6 stars have them or something. Rather than just everyone. Which then makes me wonder. I mean, Ardelia is a 6 star, but obviously a standard 6 star, but... Like, why is Levitine fucking paranoid and looking behind her like that? Yeah, he also, I mean, yeah, because everyone does this where they like turn towards NPCs or like interactables. And I don't have any of the other limiteds to try if it's a limited unit thing. Like maybe standards just don't have it.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because no one else does it like...
Camp on command.
Because on her, she does it like so quickly. You don't have to walk for very long for her to do it. So I feel like you don't actually have to test for very long to check if a character has it. Because she does it like right away if she does it. Gibby downloaded just a small turn of NPCs. Is it really a fucking Levitain specific interaction? It's funny if so. Yeah, if even Gibby doesn't do it, obviously is. But Gibby obviously was like a normal unit. Or actually like specifically sort of standard unit in beta 1. I'm wondering if like Yvonne does it. Has something similar. Gibby does have her like, yeah, whole idle animation where she has like a specific persistent idle animation, which like no one else does. Everyone else just kind of has a pose that they strike. While Gibby has an entire fully looping persistent idle animation. So she does have that. Also, she floats. Her dodge is a float as well. Which you can actually use to cross water as well. Everyone else has to do the penguin walk in the water, while Gibby can just float and zoom. However, we should go, I guess, do one of these thingies so that we can actually get Levitain, like, whatever. Also, there's these ones, and then there's also this one. I guess these two are similar to each other, and then these three are similar to each other. I don't know, because you have these things as well. It just looks so similar, but it is actually a different thing. This is D96 steel sample, while this is Tachyon screening lattice. First of all, Tachyon. Uma Musume mentioned. Penguin walk or poop walk. See, penguin walk is water. Poop walk is when you're spamming walk forward. It's different. Where were we here? Crisis drills. Obviously, you can also indeed do... Oh yeah, I did do triangles, yeah. And deep dive was actually something where... Deep dive was one where it actually... was dependent on, like, it was different if you had a higher world level, wasn't it? Yeah, we can go just do this thing.
I hate trouble, but boredom's worse.
Real. Also, I feel like Levitain doesn't necessarily hate trouble. I actually... Well, at least Surtur doesn't. At least Surtur does not necessarily hate or mind some trouble.
Let's go. I have total faith in
None shall live.
Also, Levitain team is pretty fun once it gets going. AKA you just, you know, actually have everything working. When it's not like you don't have a busted team because no one's leveled. Just fucking face tanking. Also, one thing specifically is, you know, compared to my physical team, I actually have a healer in this one, which is, at times, somewhat useful. And then your one issue is that, well, that's kind of very useful timing. The one funky thing, obviously, with a Surtur team specifically is that, specifically when it comes to doing final strikes or staggering people within ult, because when you're in ult, you can't do finishers. Okay, those guys do just disappear. Well, I kind of wanted to try and use it, but this doesn't do anything because, never mind, it still hit this guy. Didn't actually need to use that one. This guy can fucking hurt. That move. Mini big hurt. Enough where, like, even your just NPC friends can die to this guy at times. Oh, just like him, like, moving around does actually, have a bit of hurt on him. Like, he actually has a hitbox. Got out, see? Ding ding ding. Her enhanced skill is still so insanely fucking cool. Especially remembering just what she was like in Beta 1. Man, she's so much better now. She's just fun. She wasn't especially fun in Beta 1. She felt kind of clunky, and her ultimate didn't actually feel that strong or good. But now, she has fucking aura. And vibe. And, like, she moves. Okay, you get 6 of those items per run for 80 stamina. You need 56 for an E4. It's a crazy amount. And obviously the amount of XP and stuff you also just need is very silly. Also, yeah, Surtur was revoiced, so she also just feels way better. I think it's the same. I think it's the same voice actor and everything, but like pretty much every single line has been redone for a much better effect. And it's 56 of them. It's a lot of sanity to get these. And you don't like, indeed, apparently you will end up getting some of these. I didn't actually check if I got some randomly. I don't think I did. I don't think I got any of the other ones randomly. So it's a pretty small chance to get the other ones randomly. These later leveling materials, God, they just need so much. You just need so much. Yeah, no, now Levitain is actually like, in combat, some of her voice lines, I'm like, ooh, you like feel them. There's like the proper amount of like rage in there. She was so like, I don't know, just soft and anemic previously. Now it's like yeah. Yeah. Burn to cinders. Yes. Let that twilight burn, girl. You go. Woo.
I hate fools who
Got her
micromanage.
hemo bar. Not the vampire. Not the vampire. I need money. I forgot I need money. I shouldn't have used up so much money. Where can I get some money quickly? Other than obviously using stamina. I guess we just use some stamina. That's the wrong place. Give me money, I guess. What's this one? Oh, it's okay. It's just
whatever comes next. better be
HP loss
memorable.
shenanigans.
Watch your step, people.
Hematogen, by the way, that helps make blood cells. Oh, okay. Yeah, she was. Oh, right. And I did say anemic. Okay, yes, I did. I did indeed say anemic. No, this guy has, you know,
Melting
fire resistance. How could this be?
Wolves, let's feast.
I should be using that when I actually have Levitain's combo skill up. However,
There's no escape. Be consumed.
oops, I used that for no reason.
On it.
Yes, let it burn. So true, girl.
Victory strategy, engage. Please help, Mr. Dolly. Hey, yay.
Pink, pink.
Melting flame.
She does, however, do a lot of stagger actually in ultimate.
Melting flame.
Almost like a surprising amount.
On it.
This guy's almost staggered again. I mean, now he is.
Allagora.
Inferno of
Okay, he does have fire resist. You can actually almost kind of feel that he does have fire resist. Funny. Crazy. I mean, okay, then he just combusted for like 20k or something. Ow. Oh, look at all this fire. Give me money. Can he kill Mr. No. Mr. Dolly was just having some fun. It's all fun and games. No problem. There is no bad will. He just goofing around. He just goofing
I hate
around.
fools who like to micromanage.
Anyway, now we actually get to see how much all these other things cost.
You Enfielders seem to be increasingly reliant on me. I guess you leave me no choice but to accept this honor.
I think I gotta... Oh, I don't have enough.
Enfield
Oh, you need
operating
12 of
Archnights.
these for this? You need 12 of these for the...
Up with that look on your face.
You need 12 more of these for the base skill? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Really? That feels a little funny. Yeah, like this is such a... Like, oh, my fucking... Really? Like, if you have these... If you have 12 of these, it's like, okay, no, I'll just save them for my next E4 somewhere. Unless, like, yeah. You know, it's a very small thing. I wanted to do it because there's like a thing or whatever, like unlock every talent node on an operator. For like BP XP or something. But, yeah, this is gonna be a very late unlock for a lot of characters, huh? If they have a base skill here in E4. Because see, that is one thing, is that in Beta 1, I think most of these skills and when they unlock and everything, like they were consistent. Like everyone just had the same layout and unlock like order. But now there's like a bunch of differences in when you like unlock. Like for example, you know, Aya doesn't even have a second one for this. Aya just has this, this, and then just this as its own, and no second one. I think the base skills all have the same unlock. Yeah, base skills all have the same, like, unlock logic. Then here, you know, Wolfguard has one here, one here, one here, one here.
Come on, let me do.
So you just don't have, like, the same consistency in these. Obviously, like, you know, roughly, you know what you unlock. Like, roughly these unlock here. And then either you have one here, or just, like, maybe two, or sometimes there's a single one. It's funny. Yeah, skill masters are fairly expensive. One of these, 18 of these, 8 of these. The plants, not a big deal, because honestly, these are the limiter. All these materials end up being the limiter at the end. And I get, you know, money to some extent, but like these. It's all of these items from like the whatever. Where's the menu for it? Oh. I could also do a weapon. Because the weapons also need these materials. Yeah, all these materials. Like these I feel end up being your big, like, damn, you need a lot of these. And because that's just mastery 1. It's obviously going to need more for the next ones. You probably need more of the crown things per level. You're going to need more of these per level. You're going to need more plants per level, but the plants really don't seem like the limiting factor here. It feels like it's these end up actually being the limiting factor. And to some extent also these. Because you only get 17 of these per run. So these like second half. Like the latter half of operator progression materials do just feel like they need some rebalancing of some kind. I can see how, like, they actually wouldn't be at end game, right? Like, with the current way that they work at end game, I actually think you wouldn't really have an issue. But that's end game where you don't have an issue with anything. Anyway, like resource-wise, really. But right now, it gets like, you very quickly reach a point where it's like, damn, like, sheesh. Unless I like fully focus on this one unit and kind of leave others behind a little bit, you just end up in a situation of like, I ain't got shit, man. I ain't got shit. M3 needs 12 plants? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, skill mastery is requiring a lot, I think is very reasonable. Like, that's very reasonable. And also, like, the amount of leveling you're gonna need to go from, like, 80 to 89 and so on. Or 80 to 99 is what I meant. Like, that's also reasonable. Like, that would take a long time. That's very much like... I feel like you can leave most characters just at 80. and it'll be completely fine. Like, get weapon and character to 80. But the thing is that even just getting the 80, like, getting them to 80 is already quite a lot of XP. And then it's the actual promotion is so much. With 75 of these and 56 of these, it's a lot of stamina. It is a lot of stamina to just get these items. With like, if you're only getting them from stamina, which these ones you only can get from stamina, you don't get these randomly, or you buy them with like, from the like gacha stores, because you get the stuff from, you know, gachaing. You can buy them from there. And you know, money. Obviously, money is a fair bit as well. These you can get from like exploring and gathering, which I think is one of the things. That's the one thing, is that you can get a bunch of these, because I obviously have not done, like, I don't probably even have like 50% exploration on like all the maps. You do actually get a lot of some materials, like some sort of progression materials from just exploring. You get quite a lot of these blue skill things. You get money, you get blue skill things, you get some of those promotion ones, you get these promotion things, both levels, quite a lot actually from just exploring. So like, if you explored everything, you probably actually would get, like, you would need to use the stamina. At least for like your first team, it would be more reasonable to get them fully leveled up, because you'd get a bunch from there. But if you're just using stamina to get some of those items, it's a lot. It's a lot. And hey there, Ace. My bosses don't have weak limits. No, it's just stamina. They just take a lot of stamina. I have reached into the battle pass, yeah. That was actually one reason why I'd like to get battle pass levels, because I actually want to see, like, you know, some idea on what it's like to get I got the just 60. You need 6,500 XP per, like, extra level. I'm assuming it's gonna stay at 6,500 now that you're, like, past 60, but it could even go up. But yeah, also, yeah, the fact that, also, yeah, every character is the same cost, even low rarity ones. I think it's fine that 5 and 6 stars would have, like, the same cost. At least for, like, most things. Maybe masteries could be more expensive on 6 stars. But 4 stars, I feel like, almost should, really should have somewhat lower costs. Considering what their, like, whole kind of point and role is.
Looking for me? You finally remember something?
For 4 stars, I feel like they should be cheaper to level up in, like, most ways.
Just destroy them.
Battle Pass good? Seems fine to me. Or pretty good. Battle Pass, you get a much better idea on full release. On what it's actually like. But, like, it's the base way that a Battle Pass works, I'm quite okay with. I'm quite like it. I think it's a good way to do it. It gives you quite a lot. Battle Pass gives you a lot of progression stuff, actually. It gives you, like, a lot of weapon progression, especially. You get a lot of weapon XP and obviously free weapons from Battle Pass. And, like, decent amount of money and stuff. And then, obviously, it does have, like, an infinite tier. So you can also get some extra gacha currency. E4 cost isn't even too far away from AKE2 when compared to daily sanity gained. Is it not? Isn't sanity gain, like, about the same? How if there's a third tier? And that one I have less idea on. I could look at the tier, obviously, but it has quite a lot. It does have a lot. It also has a lot of like progression stuff. You get a bunch. You get some weapon currency. I'm actually not sure how much. Actually, does it? Yeah, because no, this is the freebie version. It is unlocked. I can't actually check like the full rewards. You get a lot of progression stuff. You get some extra sanity, you get a bunch of progression stuff from the paid version. And really, like, there's almost like a bit of a weapon focus on the battle passes. You get like free weapons and a load of weapon XP and weapon materials and everything, and weapon rolls as well. So like getting the battle pass can give you a lot of just weapon progression. One T5 mat in AK is about 300 center. You need 4 of them for E2. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay, yeah. It is true that I've just completely, obviously, in original Arknights, I've completely lost the sort of feel of what stuff costs. Because I've just had essentially infinite resources for years at this point. OJK does have crafting. So you do have that option of you're able to make a bunch of stuff through just crafting and whatnot. Obviously not like infinitely, and you need to have just like, you can't make anything into anything else, but almost 1.8k, exactly. I'm not a good source for AK progression anymore, absolutely not. I can just max out anything I want at any time. Yeah, OG Arknights does have a lot of events. You get event stores in Arknights are fucking huge for early game progression. You get so much from stores, from event stores. It can like, an event store can just like give you an E2 very quickly. People that actually upgrade ops struggle to constantly upgrade ops. You say this, but I have like so many upgraded ops, I'm simply not upgrading like every operator out there. I E2 every single 6-star I get, except for one. I don't think IS is exactly an infinite money hack. It has a limited amount of rewards. I'm playing since Blaze Banner. I have 30k LMD right now. What the hell? I have 40 something million. Yeah, in beta 2, yeah, you can't actually use your gacha currency on weapon pulls at all. They did change that, which I'm fine with. I think it's almost actually, like, I think it's a good idea to actually not let you use, like, it makes it more clear on what the intention of the weapon banner system is if you can't actually directly use aura barrels. You can't use gacha currency directly on weapon banners. It's just that with the income of weapon pulls in the beta, especially without battle pass, you're quite limited. You just don't get a whole lot necessarily. But that could be so different in full game. That could be a significantly different situation in full game, so. Paying for a few days to max out lazy because I forgot to farm gel. Without the rest of the episode, yeah. I feel like most of us almost here have been playing Arknights for a long time. So like when it comes to materials, it's like, yeah, you usually just have a lot of materials. And indeed, I feel like there's a thing where actually a lot of people who constantly upgrade, like, are constantly always upgrading more operators. They often might have mats. Because you get mats a lot, and you're like, you know, event farming, you're gonna get lots of mats. But then you, like, run out of fucking XP and LMD. And like, damn. Ripperoni. And then if you're like me, who kind of just stockpiles, then I'm like, I'm Gucci. But I have also played every single day. I have not missed a day in over 5 years of, and I think, and 99% of those days I've also, you know, like, never been capped on stamina as well. So, yeah, I have a lot of fucking resources. And no, I'm not leveling up every 5-star and 4-star out there. So honestly, 4 stars would not be that expensive. If you start leveling a lot of 5 stars, I think like that's when it gets expensive. Because 5 stars are not that much cheaper than 6 stars. Look at newbies farming 7k LMD on stage and my base produces 60k daily, right? And my like very lazy base setup still makes like 40k a day or something. My extremely lazy base where I just rotate them once every 24 hours. Also, this music, man. I gotta get a fucking rip of this music. I gotta find this music. It probably is in the video that Lens made, but that was just like all the songs in one instead of separate. I have a feeling the progression was accelerated in the last beta. Probably, yeah. I do think beta 1 clearly had, like, you got a lot of progression was accelerated, both in how much just stuff you got, how stamina efficient things were, like farming was, how much you just in general got materials, and also like how many pulls you got. I feel like we are like almost constantly getting like some little extra pulls in mail as well. Which I hope makes sense. Beta 1 was clearly, you know, a more like work in progress. Like this obviously feels much closer to release. Beta 1 was clearly like a lot of the economy was so that people could actually try out like as much as possible. Like you were able to fully level a bunch of teams in beta 1 because you did just have so many resources.
These resources are really important.
So true, Ardelia. I just talked about resources. How do I jump on these? I mean, like that.
Quarreling. A thing that's just as unreliable as my memories.
Haha, she forgore. She forgore. Yeah. Progression in beta 1, beta 2 is close to release. However, I think there's some things that in here will be adjusted for release. Like they either they pulled the progression too far back and they are now aware of it, or it's because there's some particular things that are, you know, missing from the beta, right? There are elements or modes or sort of refreshing parts of the game that are not here in beta 2 right now. And once the full release is out, then you'll have more sources for stuff. Wow. Also, I noticed these like the other day. That you have like area-specific buffs from gathering Oraline. So like, oh, plants have a chance to give one more material. Does not work for rare materials, however, so, you know. Who cares? You're just gonna farm up the materials in factory. I guess it helps with farming. Then also, you have a heal thingy as well. When you rest at a TP point, you get like 50% heal. You also just have attack 5% for 600. Wow, 5% attack. Def. And then 5% chance to drop on material, only effective wounding. Funky.
Since the tactics manual doesn't have any rules against fun, how about we play some icebreaker games? どうかな?
Icebreaker games? The game mode from legendary hit game Arknights? You did just casually drop a link. I think it's because links are fairly casually dropped in Twitch chat. Because often, usually, it's like I have other things. The other links they usually get dropped. Actually, the funny thing is that actually, you know, like the bots or whatever, you know, like fucking viewer bots or whatever, they don't post full links because they like assume that people have links blocked, so they don't post full links. They post like, oh, just remove the space, and then they put the link with like a space in it so that it doesn't parse as a link. So like those you have to filter out in different ways anyway. So like, I mostly trust you, Twitch chat. It's rare that anything too wacky happens in Twitch chat. Though there was actually a bot that got caught earlier. I did notice it. Handsome 30-year-old streamer. I am not 30 yet. Stop lying. I'm still young and spry and full of whimsy. Akeguri's enemy sound like Endomin? Yeah, because she's Japanese. So it's Endomin. Because that's just how it is in Japanese. Endomin in Japanese is Endomin. There is an N at the end. It's not just Endomi, like Indomie, but... Also, random... I kind of wish these Or at least that there was maybe like a... Because you have like these random merchants, right? But they're not on the map. These like random merchants are not on the map, even when you scroll like all the way in. And there's not even like a filter for them. So you just kind of have to like find them. Like the thing is, some of them, that one didn't. But there's one over here who actually does have like useful items. Wanted to say Conjuring so bad. Oh yeah, true, yeah, it is true. Then JP, the actual name is Conjuring and not Endomin. Like, see, this guy literally has just, you know, they're one-time purchases, but like actual XP and skill materials and plants and mushrooms and stuff. So some of the vendors actually have progression materials, one-time progression materials. You just get like a couple, but I mean, still got them. Let me just like blast some of these. Don't actually need these. I've just been buying gifts. Actually, I guess we could go give some gifts. We have some gifts to give. They're dealers. They need to be under the radar. Oh, alright, that makes sense. Can't be on the map, yeah. Hey, we will see. Farming does also, yeah. Farming, we mentioned farming. Farming is one of those where it's like, maybe you start interacting it when you're really trying to like max out, like you don't have much else to do and you're really trying to max out like some items like consumables like healing and stuff.
Be careful when walking around the jungle, Professor.
But otherwise it's a very low returns in that way when you can just mass produce in factory for most things. This is also now I can actually show it. I think I really only mostly mentioned it, but indeed, when you do this, then when you leave from here and you start running right away, it is extremely consistent to have Enderman just fucking glide, almost T-pose. Wait, sort of come back. Come back. Levitate.
I got a mission.
Like when you're spamming through these, and then you start running right after.
I don't...
Now when I say it, it doesn't work. I have to find more gifting. Sure, you, Estella. Oh my god.
I told Antal that I didn't...
Fixed? No way, no. Don't fix it. I need to show it. It's funny.
It's for...
No! Maybe I actually shouldn't be sprinting. Maybe I just need to walk away. I literally had like a tiny second of it there earlier when I exited Ardelia's.
He was hurt. Hey, I got something new for you. Operator Zai, he talked to the toaster again.
Perhaps there's a secret reason...
Dude, that was a long one. That might have been a new record. That might have been a new record. That was a really long one.
I almost didn't see
Okay, if you sprint, then it like refreshes the animation so that it doesn't do it. If you just walk away, because he's still like in like a handing out animation or something, so then he just fucking glides. It's really funny. I mean, like, you know, it's probably a good thing if they fix it, because it, you know, it's like, it's one of those polished things that would be good to not have happen so consistently, because you can do it every single time. But it's also really funny. Because there's, you know, there's a couple things, just, you know, thinking of like, oh, is the game ready for release? I mean, there's just things like that as well. There's still like some glitches and bugs and stuff, which are like, yeah, you know, these would be probably good to not have in the game. It'd be probably a good idea to maybe not have these happen in release. Though I wouldn't be surprised if there will be some at release. Some funny little bugs. As long as they don't hit you at like a bad time, sure, whatever. Then I think it's like a lot of them are fine. Like I'm not gonna hate the game for having some goofy bugs or glitches on release. As long as they don't hit you at a bad time. It's mainly a problem if you get like a goofy glitch or bug when you're in like a serious scene somewhere. I mean, I have done Umbral, yeah. Actually, I've only have not done one of them, Agony. Also, yeah, someone in Twitch chat also, yeah. Actually, did manage to do on... The first two actually managed to do on Agony. With the Surtur team. Actually managed to do the Agony modes as well. I just didn't do the last one yet. And yeah, we are going to see if the servers will survive. It would be nice, because otherwise, obviously, the game performance is really good. I feel like on most machines, and even phones. Despite, you know, the game looking extremely demanding in some places. I think the performance is going to be pretty good. Which is just nice, because obviously, you know, we've had some... There's been some game releases. Some gacha game releases as well. Where the performance could really be a little bit better.
Is a vessel furnished with various...
But that has so far not really been an issue with with Endfield.
My thanks.
Oh god, and AAA is a whole different thing.
And
He just fucking slides into the DMs, quite literally, to get some
It's
gifts.
just some minor gifts, Emily.
The slide is... He's so smooth. Fucking smooth criminal Michael Jackson ass. Oh, Akekuri also has a gift for me. Hello, Akekuri.
Ah, Endomine.
Endomine!
Little something from the field mission.
Endomine!
Nice to meet you, Administrator. I'm Akek.
She's so cute when she says Endomine. Whoa, I have a lot of... What the fuck? Why I have so many of these? I have 117 of these. They do nothing. I think Li Feng wants them or some shit. Sure, we'll give them to Li Feng. I mean, we did have a Silver Palace trailer or something, didn't we? I have no interest in it. Okay, yeah, Li Feng. Li Feng is like the only dude who wants these.
Is everyone getting?
Endomine. All right, because when you get more trust, you then also unlock more of the little dialogues. The beta end 29th. Nothing really new. They've just sent out some like extra surveys and emails and with some or mails with some like level up stuff and whatnot. Yeah, it's 29th. Imagine optimizing gain out of the component pricing skyrocketing. Oh. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think performance is gonna, like, for most people, performance is not gonna, because, you know, there's always someone gets unlucky and some specific combination of hardware they have is gonna, like, there's gonna be, like, weird performance issues or something. But I think for most people, and most phones as well, you know, as long as your phone isn't quite literally a potato, your performance will be pretty decent. Because obviously, you know, you also you can adjust graphics. Like, I'm running on fucking everything maximum graphics. Because I can. And there're probably going to be some, like, little glitches. Some little bugs and glitches. As long as they don't happen in important moments, then it's fine. They can be, like, little goofy moments as you're playing the game. You know, obviously, eventually they should be fixed. But they don't need to be fixed, like, instantly. I'm trying to think now. What? Was I allowed to jump in Dijon in Beta 1? Or could you only run? Well, first of all, clearly invisible wall. I was gonna like... Can I? She's looking. She didn't like it? Also, whoa, there was actually some... Oh, there's some... Okay, there's some weird artifacting, actually. What the heck? There's some weird artifacting there. Okay, he could only walk and run. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I jumped on this. I was like, wait a minute. That felt unnatural. Maybe I wasn't able to jump before. Okay, yeah. Well, it's nice. You literally do not have to jump in Dijon. There's no reason that you need to jump in Dijon, but like... It's just one of those things where, like, if you can't jump, then suddenly you're like, damn. Can't jump. These are overhyping Silver Palace, but when I saw the actual gameplay, it's the same character switching action we've seen a lot in upcoming gacha games. I've seen very little of Silver Palace. I saw like some initial trailer somewhere. I mean, I just don't don't really have a reason to care about it. Feel pity for genocide. He wanted Pog and Prey to avoid leafing, got leafing. Started to search for farm pools, molded for poor economy pool together for second leafing. That's rough. Oof. Could jump from one of the props. I don't think I can get far enough. Also, I mean, it is clearly like an invisible wall. He jumps high enough to get past, like, the clear wall, like the actual visual wall. And also, you probably can't jump on... Oh, never mind, you can jump on this. Okay, no, I think there's a pretty high invisible wall there. It's a pretty high invisible wall. I think Silver Plus does have some cool visuals, at least, like aesthetic to it. It has at least a little bit more unique aesthetic. But yeah, otherwise, I just don't really...
An iron steed is like
I'm pretty picky with my games overall. So, like, yeah, I just don't really have a reason to
for me.
necessarily care about Silver Palace. I also just don't have anything against it. Look at him slide. Dude, the slide may never get old. Maybe actually I don't want them to patch it out. Because it never gets old. It truly never gets old. Also, there is so much more chatter in the middle now. So many people speakings. Can't even make everything out. Yes, Heelys. Hope it has endgame events in factory. I do wish there will be factory events, yeah. And I think that in one of the surveys, I think they did ask like what kind of events you would want to see. And they did mention factory stuff. Like factory focused events. I almost feel like it's actually like there will be some kind of factory events. How, I guess you could, how end game you could classify them I'm wondering, but I feel like there will for sure be some kind of factory, like, events. And probably like, you know, tower defense type events. Especially if they develop the tower defense a little bit further. Because right now it's still fairly basic. It's not really significantly different. It's just organized better in beta 2 rather than being like mechanically sort of more advanced. It's just set up better than it was in beta 1, but it hasn't otherwise really changed. I think even all the towers are same. Okay, there's a couple new towers. But like even most of the towers are the same. Yeah, I have done almost everything in Umbral. We could try and do the, this is the only one that I haven't done. And allegedly, this is actually kind of like the easiest one because in this one, you can actually sort of just dodge everything. Like, you can actually avoid all the damage here, while here and here... I mean, this one, you quite literally cannot avoid all the damage. And it's kind of a healing check. And then this is also kind of a healing check. Because it's also very difficult to avoid all the damage. This one is also somewhat of like a... It's either like a stagger check, like can you stagger really quickly, because like the enemies take a lot of damage from finishers. Or finishers just do a lot of damage in general. Or it's like AoE. I did this with this Surtur team. Because she just ends up having... First of all, there's healing in the team of Ardelia. And then her AoE just ends up being quite effective at just clearing out the enemies. Arknight ult can just phase through walls and invisible walls. That's funny. Actually, no, I'm not that surprised. Yeah, if she becomes like essentially unblockable, like she no clips during ult because she like moves across, you know, the enemy, so she probably becomes like no clip during ult. And yeah, the physical comps are really fun, and they're very much like in that way like high skill ceiling
Still waiting
comps.
for something?
Like this sort of like this composition here, pretty much. Because you're running without any healer, so it's very much just like, okay, you gotta find all the other ways to avoid damage.
And who dies in battle?
While also still keeping like your pressure up in some way. She is watching Seal to fix any bug they find. It's not like Seal finds bugs necessarily. It's just they find, you know, they just optimize a combat situation. I say just, but yeah, they optimize a combat situation very well. And like, you know, that particular physical team is just one of the strongest teams by far in the beta right now. Ember's another one. If I had gone Ember earlier, I probably would have put her into the physical team because it would be nice to, because Ember would give you survivability in this physical team. You'd probably replace like Li Feng. So you'd have like Li Feng or Chen, either one, I think. Probably, I'd say Li Feng. At least I would. Because you'd give healing and some survivability from Ember. But I got her so late that I just don't have the resources. It's also just how I'm a little funny, because, you know, she's like very much now a physical unit, but then like her skill does heat damage and her ult does heat damage still. So you're not really getting much out of there. Combo's still just normal physical, however, so combo does help you. And combo's the main one you're kind of using anyway. Give me a second. Da-dum, dum. Blim plom. Blim plom. Well, teams, but there are probably some ones we don't have, some insane ones I haven't thought about yet. I wonder, I feel like we've probably found most of like the very strong teams for this beta. Obviously, once there's more characters, and suddenly you have a bunch more again. Once you get more characters, suddenly you have more teams. But you do already have like a reasonable, like you can make a lot of different. Like I've seen once again, you know, there's been Snowshine teams.
Snowboarding with me, Enderman?
What's your last strike teams? Physical. There's a couple different versions of physical teams. There's sort of solidification teams of like Alesh and Destella. Obviously, you have the electric team. Well, you can, with the electric team, you also do have like, you can switch out a couple units. Like, it's really Aviven and Pearly are maybe the most important ones. And then you can somewhat switch out Antal and Arklight depending a bit on what you want.
I am trying to compose a bad joke for you.
And then obviously, yeah, like, for fire teams, well, okay, yeah, you can make some adjustments here. Depending on who else would you... You can put Antal, like, for example, you can use Antal in this team. It actually does work. You can use, I mean, Ember kind of fits into, can sort of fit into anywhere if you just, like, want a different survivability option. And yeah, Wolfguard is now better and is not, not, you know, a bit of a rough. He was a little rough in beta 1. We just didn't do that much. Slurple has a small lifesteal or heal on getting hit effect. I think heal on getting hit effect could work. Lifesteal would be fun. I mean, you could obviously, you could make a consumable that gives you lifesteal for like some amount of time. That's obviously one thing you can do. Because in a way, of course... Oh, there is like... Oh, full go. Nice, thank you. In a way, you kind of have like an on-hit heal effect, sort of, because you get hit, and then you use, you know, you go low enough health, and then you use one of your healing consumables. It's just that it's at a percentage instead of just getting hit at all. Which is kind of better, because you don't really want to use a healing item if you get hit for like a tiny amount. You only want to use it if you go low enough. I don't need the launcher open, there we go. Do range characters have a lot of interruption resist? I haven't just really tested on how much interruption resist, or if there is really a difference between interruption resistances for characters. I feel like actually I think there is, at least for like somewhat dependent on like what weapon they're using. With, you know, like mainly great swords having like somewhat higher interruption resistance overall during like normal combos.
Looking for me?
I could do these re-crisis ones. Because I haven't done the... Well, first of all, for Marble, I haven't even done the second one, have I? Nope. For Rodan, I just haven't done, yeah, like, deep dive mode. Because, yeah, doesn't this level up with world level? Does he go to, like, 100 if you go to world level 7 or something? He's obviously level 90 already. So I guess that's just a recommended operator. Oh, no, he's level 90. Yeah, no, he's level 90. Ranged greatsword user. Moonlight greatsword? Just beams? Sword beams? Or just throws it, I guess? Also, actually, now that I think about it, surely we have to get someone who like does indeed like actually throw their weapon at some point, right? Because like,
Still waiting for something?
you know, they already like the weapons kind of like teleport and so on. You know, like they teleport away from their hands or into their hands and so on. So surely we'll at some point have someone who does actually just throw their fucking weapon at some point. Like Rossi, yeah, because I mean Rossi does it in the cutscene. Geombri convener throwing weapons. True. It all makes sense. She could be throwing very hot knives and very cold axes. And then big spear. Also, I really am wondering what they're going to do with Mifu. Assuming Mifu is playable, which she just kind of looks like she would be. Will it be a new weapon type, or will she just use, like, Orbiter? Because I'm wondering if they're going to add, like, one or two more weapon types. Maybe not for launch. Unless they do actually want a fist weapon type for Mifu, that is. But, like, it's probably... I feel like it's probably going to be an Orbiter. Just feels like it would be the correct... Like, because you can do anything with Orbiters, really. You can they can just kind of float around. They don't really have to be part of... like attack combos like at all. So max level for like this or for character level. Actually, I don't know what the max level is here. What do I have here? Oh, I have a different frame. Wow, look at how cute Pogranichnik is. Look at how cute he is. Account level? I'm not sure actually. What am I? 58? It might be 60, it could be higher. I don't actually know. Look at how cute he is. Yeah, Tang Tang did already have guns, didn't she? Yeah? Like, we knew she would use guns. 120 OR. It's probably not 120. 60s max? Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it... I wouldn't be surprised if it's, like, maybe raised at some point, or if it's just 60. If it is 60, however, and this is approximately the speed in... full release. Okay, there is a medal for 70. Okay, so it's at least 70 if there's a medal for 70. Okay, then it's probably higher in release. Or it is higher. That's why some complete 5 different severe energy alluvium sites. Wow, I really haven't done that. Okay. Protocol space, advanced progression. Complete these protocol spaces. Oh, I haven't done all the weapon tune ones. Athletic races. There's 4 in Valley 4. Wow. 5 operator skills to... 5 operator skills to... Okay, well, some of these are like... You know, they're like... Okay, they'll be in the full release. one sets of one piece of gear to fully artifice, one weapon to the rank of skill rank of 18. They like, you know. Goods delivery. I really haven't done that much. Okay. Raise trust of 5 upwards to 200. Event. Where's the one for Calamity Protocol Space? First visit to Wuling. Oh, acquired and not acquired. I was like, what's this difference here? Is there one for 70? There's like a date. I think it's a data medal then. Because surely isn't in here. It is in progression. Progression on bottom? Not here. Oh, right, because it's... Oh, right, because it's... it's a level of a medal. Right, because it's... Because it's part of a medal. It's not like a separate one. It's layers of a medal, right? 70s max at least, I guess, for now? Who knows if they changed it? Because, yeah, 70 seems like it probably very well could just be the max. It's not like it really actually does anything, though. That's the thing, like, your account level going up doesn't actually necessarily do that much. Like, in Endfield, for example, your account levels, they give you a bit of aura barrel when you level up. Like, after a certain point, you're not getting sort of anything new. You just get a little bit of aura barrel or something. It's not like the max really matters much. You don't get, like, a stamina refill out of it anyway. Because fairly quickly, your account level doesn't actually really mean anything. So... Here, the levels here, up until a point, they unlock, like, new gear slots and stuff. But even that only goes up until, like, Wuling or something, because then in Wuling, you unlock gear sets by opening the chests. It's at least a goal. Yeah, but it's one of those goals where it's like... Is it really... It's just something that happens. So, like... It's more like, oh, cool. I reached max level, I guess. Oh, 60 still increases. Okay, well, yeah, your sanity cap does increase, yeah. But that's the thing, like, you get to a point where it's like, oh, okay, you're now at full sanity cap. You've unlocked the other things that it unlocks. You're not, like, getting much out of it. Yeah, because I guess it would go to 360 once it's max. Because yeah, now it's at 356. So the level 58 loser would say. Yeah, that almost feels like the main thing, is that, oh, it's just like a bragging thing. It's more just like look, I am max level. I play game a lot. Or I have played game for a long time. Just need the number to be divisible by 5. This is real. It needs to be a nice even number. Or even, like, you know, either, well, even as in either it's a 0 or divisible by 5. Or then it's like, yeah, it's like 99. Which, indeed, like, character max is 99 now. So I'm still, like, I kind of get it, but it's still, like, a little bit like, could it be, like, just one more so that it's 100? Just that it's round? And, like, 99 is very JRPG. Like, very RPG, that's, like, 99 specifically. But, like, what if it was just, like, so that it was around 100? Yeah, Rigashi Gaming kind of is just a way to gatekeep early game progression, kind of. Yeah. Or just like, it just sort of... You could also put it like more nicely where it's a way to like somewhat pace the early game progression. But I mean, really, it's kind of, yeah, it's like, okay, oh my god, I gotta level up so that I can get more stamina and stuff. That is what it becomes. Yeah, that is the thing. Yeah, exploration level where, because obviously lower you have a lower whatever. Oh, you can, but you can only go down and up by one? Oh, I guess you can only go like down and up by like between your max level and your previous level. I thought you could go down like lower as well, but no. Apparently, it's just between like if you've already unlocked 7, then you can go between 7 and 6. You can go down to 1, huh? Oh, I guess you can't go if you've gone down to 6. Then when you do it again, you can't actually go down again. You have to go up again. And then you can go down multiple. Shush, baka. I guess so. I guess so. Presumably. Because I do indeed wonder, because it affects your max level cap for characters. If you are above the cap, does it just like then temporarily lower your character levels? Though I know Renegade. I've used multiple rocks on just sanity. You can do 2 at maximum efficiency, and then it goes to... Then it starts costing 2 per. Oh, well, you have 10? Yeah, you can do 10 a day. I'm assuming it probably goes up by... Well, actually, I mean, I just assume. Does it go up by 2? Every 2? I was waiting until someone would bring it up. Considering I scheduled it in the middle here. Have you guys seen this? It's released 14 minutes ago. Day 558, wow. Surprise. Enfield fan of 30 years here. Yep, it's me, Glitter, streamer man. And an avid Endfield fan. Who's that? If you were guessing, did you guess? Who the hell? I know some of you did. I saw a couple correct guesses. I might have accidentally left a couple hints here and there. If you don't know who I am, then hi, I'm Glitter. I'm mainly a streamer on YouTube and Twitch, and I do mostly Arknights, Limbus Company, and some variety stuff. Why he look like me? I'm addicted to yapping. It's terminal. But yeah, all this time, it was me. And yeah, I gathered a bunch of questions, so let's just get right to them. Why he look like me? Is it AI generated? Yeah, probably. I'm assuming. That man, they really got my room down and everything. Like, we got Pearly, we got the posters and stuff. I was waiting for someone to bring it up. I do look really high on this pause. So it was you? Some of those tweets were transcripts from your stream, basically? Or what if it's the other way around? Here is often no headphones, true. Very slight suspicion, never really thought more about it. I did accidentally, I say in the video, I did accidentally leave a couple hints here and there. Mainly because if you actually, at one point, if you went to the channel and you like opened up, you know, the extra info here or whatever, it said Finland. Which is that could be a bit of a telltale sign. It's like, oh, an Arknights creator who's from Finland? It's not exactly a lot of those, is there? And then I found a way to remove the location information. Why are you copying that guy's setup and look? Also, one time when I was posting these, if we go back to when they were posting the little character, all these little character bits, the character posts, I accidentally posted last rites on this account for like 10 seconds. It was posted on the wrong account. Until I noticed, I was like, oh fuck! Oh! Had to fucking panic, delete it. It's like, it was so quick, no one saw it, right? I don't think anyone did. But yeah, no, I can log in right now. I can go manage my videos. It's me. It's been me this whole time. What a thing I put on myself. Why did I start this? Whose idea was this? In no particular order, I just have a folder of screenshots. We might as well watch it. Are you excited for Arknights Endfield? Just a little bit, like not much. I wonder if you're actually the dev maybe. God, I wish. Do you think Arknights OG will get a collab event with Endfield? I got multiple collab questions. Would go for a collab, which is funny. I feel like a big collab wouldn't necessarily be needed considering Endfield is pretty connected to OG Arknights already. What is better, breast or thighs? I mean chicken, of course. Breast. It's just leaner. Gotta get that protein, man. Did you get beta access? Yes. I did! We were just playing! What should I have for dinner? Probably pizza. Everyone. I'm having pizza today, actually. What's your thought about current Endfield character design, their appearance and lore, and what's your thought about current Endfield gacha pool? Character design, I like a lot of the character designs, and I quite. You ignore this channel? How could you? There's a couple of character designs I'm not huge on. Current Endfield gacha pool. I was being very. I didn't want to go into it in this video, so I was just like, I don't like some of them. I was being real safe about it. The gacha politically correct. I mean. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what it is at release. It's probably going to be, it might very well be slightly different. So, it's fine right now, I guess. Do you like cheese? I'm white. Do you plan to do something similar when Hypergriff Griffline plans to release another game in the future? Probably not. We'll get into that later. Do you recognize our dear Lord of Sarkaz, Ami, from the popular mobile game Knights of the Ark? Yes. Praise be. Question, does Silver Ash purr if you scratch correctly? In general, who's your favorite Arknights operator? Could be for meta, waifu, or Guna reasons. And could you explain why? Don't look at my profile pic. Just story reasons. I think her journey and place in the narrative is just so interesting. I kind of have a bias for her type of story. Shocked Pikachu face. All the way. Shining is a close second. Which character do you love? Make him her main in Endfield, presumably. I quite like Pog. I don't think I'm necessarily going to main anyone. I'm going to try out a lot of the different teams. So is this true still? Is this still true? A question from Plusy Manussi. Favorite factor unit in Endfield if you have any? Can I say just the Sharonite relays and pylons from Wuling because they just make the power stuff so easy and convenient? It's still true. Cheating? It's true. He's so correct. In full caps, gay? Just a little bit. How's it going, buddy? I hope you're hydrated. Yes. When did you get the idea of pulling this off, and what was the trigger to actually do this? And if I may ask, were there times where you considered stopping? Were there other notable factors that helped you keep now we get into it. This time you obviously didn't stop, but I'm just curious. And most importantly, who are kind of like favor most in Endfield? I really like Pog, like I said earlier. I also just quite like Chen, but I don't really have any like strong favorites in Endfield. This is also still true. And then for the other part, it was kind of a common question actually of why did I start and what kept me going was a common question, so we'll answer those here. I was obviously inspired by Daily Silksong news. What? Quite clearly. And I pretty much thought, I mean, I could be that guy for Endfield. And once I came up with the idea, I just kind of started doing it. And once I get something going and like I make it into a routine, it's not too difficult for me to keep it going. This is true. So then I just kind of kept it going. And since it was, you know, there was a clear end, I didn't expect to have to do it for as long as Silksong did. So I kind of knew there would be an end in the not too close future. Opinion on shrimp? Good. Will you make a countdown to Like how I said, not too close future when I meant not too far future. Release date video series. I know that guy,
I guess
right?
I sort of already started it. Should I,
I
play the
did,
original
countdown.
Arknights, similar to Tower Defense, or is this have the same context as Honkai 3rd and Honkai Star Rail? I would suggest you at least try it out, even if you're not necessarily into Tower Defense. There's a lot of people who are not into Tower Defense who get really into Arknights.
It's true,
so
it's
hey,
true.
just
Listen to
try
him.
it out.
Listen to him. He's
You won't
speaking
lose
facts.
much for trying it. But it is somewhat similar. You can play Endfield without knowing everything about Endfield. So
Also there as well. I don't know how. I was just misspeaking. I was clearly not in it.
somewhat similar to Honkai 3rd and Star Rail.
Filmed this like
The
a couple days
reason I
ago.
was Doctor. And he was another sort of
There also, I could have fucking got into things.
the reason our
I could have gone into things here as well. I was like, how do I answer this in a way that somewhat gives my opinion in like a really short way, and I don't have to go into like the quagmire of this discussion. I think I came up with a pretty decent answer.
Jesus, Doctor. And he was another sort of question that I got a couple times. Was the uploading for this channel annoying / troublesome? Like posting every day at a certain time while keeping watch for any news and immediately having to make videos about those news. Must be a lot of work and nerves, I imagine. Do you ever feel tired doing this? Like, you know, feeling like you want to burn out? Yeah, at times. It was kind of annoying, but I also put it on myself. so I
Yeah,
can't
technically
complain
it
too
still
much.
is. I'm still doing it every
Honestly,
day.
My main annoyance was more so
For now.
the time zone issue. I could never be the first one to actually post news because
I feel like this should have been one of the main things. Like, I feel like it was pretty easy to maybe try and pinpoint a kind of time zone of when stuff would get posted.
they would post news in the middle of the night on my time zone. So then I was always late. I was almost more annoyed about that. But yeah, sometimes
EU problems.
it was a little tricky and a little annoying sort of doing it every day. Because I did have to check every day. I would all, you know, I couldn't just like schedule a bunch of videos ahead of time. I had to check every day.
I tried to do the thing where I could just schedule a bunch of videos, but the problem was that you'd schedule a bunch of things, like, okay, you know, I'll schedule like however many ahead of time, but the instant that there actually then was news on a day, it was more work to go and reschedule everything and readjust everything to like, you know, a day ahead. Because, oh, I have to actually make a different video for this one, because there actually was news.
If there was no news, it didn't take much time. If there was, I would then have to go quickly edit out a real quick video, which is why they were very short and lazy, because I had to keep it manageable. Who is the best girl? Zuikaku from Kantai Collection. Bet you didn't expect that one.
Whoa! Based! Deep lore drop. I don't think I've ever said it on stream, actually.
Who is real? Saga. I love you, will you marry me? You're allowed to reconsider now that you've seen me. The most common question I got, what will happen to the channel after Endfield actually has resist? Am I gonna just...
What was I... Dude, I was misspeaking so much on here. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know what was wrong. Maybe it was because my tongue was slightly sore. You can kind of see it there. I mean, still actually here. I got a cold sore, like Sunday or something. I got a cold sore. It's like, okay, cool. It's the winter. I get a cold sore. Normal. Somehow that developed into my tongue being really sore. As if my tongue was like also infected or something. Had like a virus on it. And now that the cold sore is almost gone and the tongue is normal, I now have a mouth ulcer here. I'm fucking suffering. It's just like a chain of terrible mouth issues. I don't know what happened. Maybe that was it. My tongue was being weird.
Abandoned the channel and it's sort of done. I just let it go. I don't do anything with it anymore, or do I try and do something with it? I don't really want to just let the channel just like go completely. I like abandon it. I want to repurpose the channel for
punched.
something. Maybe I'll do it as like a weekly thing, though I don't want to. I'm not gonna promise any kind of actual schedule. It's probably just gonna be unscheduled videos for when there is some kind of news to talk about. I'll find something to do with the channel. So that's that. That was all the questions I got. Follow me on both my channels, I guess. I'll keep my daily posting until Endfield releases, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Bye. Goodbye. Video ends now. Bye.
What a funny guy he is. What a lunatic. 558 days. Daily Endfield stream when, right? I directly mentioned Daily Silksong, yeah. Enfield's most critical is the Wooling Harbor Daily News reporter. Shocked Pikachu face. Oh. See, I guessed it right. The channel showing being set in Finland before you disabled what is setting it helped a lot. Also, yeah, indeed. Now that it's just now that it's me, I can make videos instead of having to make it all text and so on. I can instead just like click record for 1 minute and get it out real quickly. And don't necessarily have to like actually edit anything. Because that was the annoying part. Was like grabbing materials and screenshots and stuff and then typing out text and whatnot to quickly try and get a video out. Like when I'm supposed to be, you know, like working on something actual, like actual work or something, and I'm then like, no, I gotta get this stupid daily post out, okay? But we will continue until Enfield has released, and then we'll see what happens. Then I will use the channel for something else. I can put my game sounds back on. Then we can use channel for something else. Like, just, yeah. I mean, like I said, just more... Essentially as kind of a second channel for just, like, more Enfield-focused stuff. Like, if I want to do specific, like... talking about... maybe, like, more... Well, that's the thing, because I can also... I mean, I can still just also post and talk about stuff on this channel as well. So maybe if it is, like, more news-focused, then put it on Daily Enfield. And if it's just yapping, put it here. I don't know. Also, actually, now one thing that I'm actually now wondering about, however, is because now YouTube has the whole collab function. Maybe I should use that, because then I can technically post to like both channels or whatever in that way, sort of. Maybe I should use that. That could be an idea. Operator, trust up. Wow. I didn't go in here. Third channel named Daily PC Client. Tax evading but with viewers. Is that how it works? That channel is not monetized, by the way. Because it doesn't have enough, it doesn't have enough watch time. Because surprise, videos that are like 20 seconds long at like the longest almost, like 30 seconds at most, don't have a whole lot of watch time. Not that the videos got that much views in general. It was very much the thing that I just kind of started. I never actually even necessarily expected it to go a huge amount anywhere. It was more like it would be funny if it did actually like blow up. It'd be funny. But also I was like, I don't know, I'll just do it. I started it when I had, frankly, maybe more time and so on, and it was more reasonable. And then I started getting less and less time, and it was like, oh, Jesus, oh, fuck, oh, God. What have I done to myself? God forbid I was also, like, if I was, like, you know, away somewhere. If I was on, like, a extended weekend away somewhere from my PC. Oh, the gender rock is actually on map. Oh yeah, we could do, I kind of want to do the Re-Crisis bosses. Because I haven't done the actual, I've only done them, done it for Triangles. I haven't done Rodan or Marble. Is there a guy throwing dice every day? There is a guy in the Daily Enfield every single video. Almost every single video has had a dude who just throws, like, simulates dice throws or throws dice of, like, what's the chance that we get news? It's like divination. There's some characters in the comments. There's some characters in the comments. They've spawned. Okay, well, yeah, it costs something to get rewards. I guess we can grab the rewards, sure. Style. Oh. Blow my nose real quick and wash. For some reason, my hands are sweaty. Give me just a second. Yeah, the first armor wars, yeah, you can get without sanity. But I'm close to sanity and I have some whatever consumables. Because this is the thing is that you can. I mean, the efficiency is probably the exact same. Because it's a bit funny that obviously you can like. I guess it's just to give you an option. Obviously, these like. It's like higher sanity per run. But obviously, because essentially you have two places to farm some of these rewards. You have the, like, normal protocol spaces. But then you can also do it in the deep dive modes of the bosses.
Prepped and primed. Let's hit it, team.
So I guess it's just an option on where to farm, because I'm assuming the efficiency is probably the exact same. More stamina, you just get more per run, but...
Watch your step.
Look at guy.
Don't mind me.
Ow, I was too late. Did he have too many red circle attacks? That was apparently I was in range of the attack there. Demon's combo skill reset is weird now. Wait, the combo skill is weird now, so I can no longer fulfill my dream of last ride the Yvonne team. Do they not work together? Oh! Was that a new move? Was that a new move, my guy? Triagolos, I think, didn't have any new moves. At least that... Maybe there was one that was new. Huh. I haven't really identified... I don't think I saw any. Isn't the combo skill triggered by Final Strike onto Solidification? Which, yeah, does indeed kind of... It doesn't really work that well with Last Strike focus team. He didn't get hit by the Akakuri skill?
I shall bring it. Darkness.
None shall live.
Ping pong. I might as well actually just use this. Yeah, she doesn't really work in mono cryo anymore, unless you're like using like Alesh or something, so that you actually have you know. Oh, alright, I forgot his phase 2 starts like not at half health. Funky guy. Oh yeah, this is actually something I did want to when we were talking about CL. I think attacks like this should not be dodgeable. You can dodge that attack. I feel like it is sort of the incorrect vibe if you can just dodge that attack. It feels wrong. Like, I feel like there should be undodgeable attacks in the game. Ping pong. Ping pong. Yeah, we use a lot of stagger.
Victory strategy, engage!
Yeah, triangle is how you nuke. You also can just dodge that as well. Marble probably still also you can dodge all of the big ones. It just feels wrong that you can dodge them. I do feel like they should be essentially undodgeables.
Don't go too far, Mr. Dolly!
Yeah, I know one of the things is, yeah, like kill him in under 2 minutes. But I mean, I think you can probably still do it even if he does his attack. You just need to have a, you know, more highly leveled team, that's all. No, I think, oh, what? I still got that? Okay, sure. And then that's also like not a reason why it's undodgeable. You could just change what the timing is for the metal. You could just change that. That's not a because, it's a symptom. The metal could just be 3 minutes instead, but you can't dodge the funny attack. Yeah, that'll also kind of look like a new attack, maybe. And poor Wolfguard never gets to use his enhanced skill in this team. He exists for combo skill.
Team, follow my flare!
Yeah, fucking got squished. Also, you can't actually... Okay, never mind. I think I tested on someone else, and it... Like, I couldn't actually hit Rodan from, like, behind... Like, with a melee or a ranged unit from behind the wall. But maybe I was just, like, not close enough. And that was a... Ooh, it was that one. I was like, that's a really lengthy air climb.
Be gentle, Mr. Dolly!
Ping pong. Some heals? Whoa! Whoa! Voice line's kind of quiet. Now, maybe I turn the voice lines down. I'm gonna turn them down. No, no, don't go anywhere. Boom! What a finish! What a finish on the enhanced skill. I agree with you fully. I want the Triangle's nuke to be a wipe. Yeah. Indeed. I want them to be more raid-like. It is very much so. Like, there should be attacks where you have to, like, interact with the mechanic. I mean, I can grab. I have some of these. I'll just grab it. I can use those at somewhere, surely, probably. Oh yeah, because like for example, the shockwave from the quest you can't dodge. So why can you dodge the one that's in the boss fight, which is like the exact same shockwave? See, if the combat is not repetitive. I mean, any combat eventually gets like a little bit repetitive. Like if you're doing the, of course, if you're doing like the exact same rotation every time. Which depends on team on like how strict your rotation is. Like yes, it's not going to be as... It's still fairly not repetitive because, well, depending somewhat on enemy. And I think that's how it's going to be in the future as well, is that obviously if you're just hitting like a... If you're just hitting a sort of a meat bag that doesn't respond, like the lower level enemies, they don't really necessarily get to do much. They're just like permanently staggered. They're sort of just like meat bags you slap around. So in those, like, yeah, you can just kind of, you maybe do the same rotation. You don't really have to consider what the enemy is doing. The instant you have to consider what the enemy is actually doing and responding to that somewhat, then you have to start adjusting exactly what you're doing. But yes, I mean, any combat, if you just do it for hours and hours and hours and hours, it will eventually be like, okay, I'm doing the same thing over and over again. Like, yes, that will happen.
And then sort of, and the thing is, you get variety essentially from, like, you'll have that if you're just using the same team. So you get variety by leveling up a different team and trying out different units and different teams. Because as long as those function differently, then you'll have like something new again. And I mean, that's how these games work. Live service games, gacha games or whatever, they work by adding in variety, by you get new characters, so thus you get new team variety and you get new combat variety. They add in new enemies that require you to consider something else, so you get a different experience. My paper keeps saying the same combo skill chains. Sort of? Well, yeah, because obviously, you know, they're triggering from the same thing, so they'll often trigger at the same time, yeah. But actually, I mean, for example, just on this team, for example,
Still waiting for something?
you can trigger Surtur's or Levitane's combo from multiple different sources in the team. You can either trigger it off of her own skill. You can, so if it's off cooldown and you use her enhanced skill, you can trigger your combo. If you do Ardelia's combo, then you can also trigger Surtur's combo off of that. Or you can trigger it off of Wolfguard's ultimate. So that's 3 different ways to trigger the same thing. But you're triggering it differently. Wolfguard's combo pretty much always triggers off of Akakuri's skill. That's maybe one of the main things. Is that this one always triggers off the same thing. Because, well, actually, well, mainly it does. Mainly, yes, because I'm never using Levitane to trigger just heat infliction. Which actually she doesn't even do, does she? She doesn't actually... Well, okay, heat infliction off of ult. Okay, during ult, you might get a different combo trigger for Wolfguard. And then she just triggers off of final hits. And this is a funky little interaction with her, because it's final strike on an enemy with no stacks of vulnerable or arts infliction. But this team constantly has arts infliction on enemies. But because final hits consume the arts inflictions because of Surtur's passive and kit, it consumes all the inflictions, which then makes this count. Like, it consumes and then triggers this. So you actually get to trigger it. Which then gives you Corrosion, which can trigger a Surtur combo skill. And also Corrosion just, you know, gives defense down to enemies in general. And then obviously if you need extra healing, which in some cases, if you need a lot of healing, then you're going to be using Ardelia. Like, I didn't use Ardelia's skill a single time there because I didn't really need the healing, because Rodan is fairly easy to avoid damage on. But if I did, then I would get extra healing from... I'd use combo skill from Ardelia, and then I'd use her skill so that I would get extra healing. Surtur does kind of... Surtur can, like, self, in a way, sustain. Just that you need, like, ultimate. For proper, like, DPS, but... Or to really trigger skills a lot. Yeah, it's just, indeed, they've made the priority on, like, the consume stuff or whatever with these, so that... Mainly, they've made it so that it benefits the player. Because that's the thing, it would be like... If you had this team, but actually you couldn't trigger this because you're, like, always doing final strikes on enemies that have inflictions, it would indeed just kind of feel bad. It's just, like, a choice they've made, intentional choice, I think, where it's, like, beneficial to the player's experience. That you can get it. Because obviously still inside, because it's not like Shield's going to work in every team. It's a very specific, like, interaction because of Levitane's kit. And yeah, Antal does indeed add vulnerable. It's funny that Antal does add vulnerable stacks, or can add vulnerable, or just any physical status, or arts infliction. Because also, however, it applies another stack of the same physical status. So, like, you could double breach, or double crush, which obviously doesn't really do anything, because there's no stacks to consume, necessarily. If you just breached or crushed. But you can add, like, another set of lift or knockdown. It's also 25-second cooldown, and indeed he can technically work in any team, because also he doesn't apply anything here, so he doesn't fuck up any of your reactions with his skill, because you need to use his skill to be able to trigger his combo. Meanwhile, you have Fluorite,
Meanwhile, we have fluoride, who, when there's 2 or more stacks of cryo or nature, then you give an additional stack of one of those 2 on a 40-second cooldown. Untal is just like pretty much better in fucking every way. It's crazy. Fluoride needs a bit of rework. The only difference obviously is that yes, Untal you need to use a skill first. You need to use a skill point first to even get it. And obviously it's really only good on bosses where you actually get like the long 60-second duration, so you don't have to use it very often. And then you can just trigger this like 4 times, or you can trigger this twice during one skill. Not 4 times. Why did I say 4? Twice. I don't know, fluoride slowing attacking the cooldown is also abysmal. Yeah, fluoride I think it does need a bit of a rework. She needs adjustment. She just feels clunky and like I feel like she has a use only because maybe some of the cryo teams, even if it's once every 40 seconds, you want that extra cryo application, so then you have fluoride in there. But otherwise it's like
Some bad luck this time.
Looking for me?
conditions are really good if it's not only worked by characters but also by exterior forces. I mean, you can get the effect, like, well, the reactions can happen to you. I mean, that could also, I mean, actually, I wonder. It would be funny if enemies did actually have a thing where they, like, if they apply something to themselves. And if that actually did trigger your character's combos. Like, oh, what if an enemy applies, like, heat infliction to themselves? They buff themselves and they get a 1 stack of heat infliction. What if it actually triggered, like, Wolfguard's combo? It actually could be funny. Does she get a cooldown? Agility, unpredictable, chance to ignore arch damage. Enemies slow, ultimate energy. Combo skill improved whenever cry infliction nature infliction is applied to enemy cooldown shown by 1 second. Effect only trigger once every 1 second. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you do have some like dynamic cooldown reduction on the skill, yeah. Okay, so that's part of it. Just whenever you get a infliction. So, you know, if you're getting a lot of inflictions, then cool. And I mean, probably also triggers itself. Like when the combo skill does it, it already gives you 1. And then if you're applying inflictions for the rest of your team, if you're possibly constantly applying afflictions, then, you know. Yeah, true. With mobs, yeah, against mobs, you're gonna get a lot. Except, no, you're not. Not really even with mobs necessarily that much. Because it has the... It can only trigger once every 1 second. You're not necessarily against mobs applying inflictions more often. You're just applying more of them because you can apply it to multiple enemies. It actually kind of feels like it would end up being kind of similar between a single target and a multi-target. Because you're still just going to get 1 every second. Even if you apply 3 inflictions with 1 hit, it's still just 1 second down. So it's mainly just that, how often can you actually apply inflictions? Which, I mean, really just depends on team and what you have in there. But it doesn't feel like you would get that many, like, cooldowns down. You get a couple. But yeah, not... I don't know. In any case, it does feel like fluoride needs a bit of buffing, essentially. Foreshadowing conversation on Baker? Which one? I haven't really been reading these as much because I'm like, I'll read this in the full. I wonder which one it is. This is the one where the Perlica ate weird stuff, which was a funny characterization bit. I'm sure she's racing. Oh, did she talk about at some point about yeah about your is 10 years? Was she talking about indeed of something about Neferth and Landbreakers? Because yeah, there is a conversation where she's talking about just like a, you know, her bike. She has a bike. I mean, we know she has a bike. It's about her empathy. Where the heck is it? I feel like I did see this at some point. Or not. The fuck? It could be, it probably is. Okay, does my Pearly have like any trust? Why do I remember seeing it for some reason, however? Not you, Wolfguard. Wolfguard, you're in the way. You're in the way, I'm trying to go here. Pearly. 83, okay. Well, this should be pretty easy.
Since your awakening, I really appreciate
The amount of bike teasing, right? Message me, Pearly. And slide, smooth criminal endman. Pearly, message me. Do I have to reload the area? Message me. Kinetic, what now? Private racer had been preparing for against my instructor. I actually don't remember. Did you mention that somewhere? Maybe that's what maybe that's what I remember. Kind of bike. Yeah. It's fucking biking. Old terrain racing. Be careful with the I just clicked. Racing past migrating herds. I wanna watch. Give us the bike, Pearly. Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly terror. Top pagodas in 5 cities, endless ships. Oh, maybe. Oh, you might have just posted about this, Renegade, and that's why I remember seeing something like this. This part here rings a bell. Fucking suddenly Terra mentioned out of nowhere. Yeah, there's only one gear set now. They realized that cooldown was the cooldown gear in beta 1s was a bit much. You can't spell all terrain out Terra. Because now you have this, yeah, we just have the 15%. There is... I'm pretty sure there is also an actual, like, not set effect, but, maybe there isn't. Never mind. I thought there was a, I guess it's just actually combo skill damage. I thought there was still a combo skill cooldown, like, stat, but never mind. I thought I remembered seeing one, but no, I didn't. It was just this one and then combo skill damage. Yeah, some cooldowns have it, however, I've been shortened. And I think it's that's the thing, I think it's better to have it that way. That's a better way of having it, is you just have lower cooldowns by default instead of having to rely on combo skill cooldown. Because that's kind of boring.
Is yours.
Also, I do hope that they start making some really niche, like, specific gear sets. Because they can. Because when you can functionally infinitely create gear, you could just have loads and loads of, like, very kind of specific and unique gear sets and effects. Even if they're, like, really specific to one character. Because you can just, you know... It costs you nothing to get them, essentially. We don't actually have to watch this. Even though it is a really cool cutscene. And it goes into the music really well. I mean, especially the start on this team is almost always the same. Whoa! Oh my god! She fly! I think she flew again. Whoa! Man, these fucking tentacles are actually so much more oppressive than they were in Beta 1. Sometimes you get to save your final strike for so long, it's actually kind of crazy. There's so much more, because I don't think all of them had range damage in the Beta 1 fight. So you didn't have... Also, you didn't start with 4 of them. You started with 2 of them. Oh, that was on time. Huge. I'll take some healing. I'm kind of messing around and not being very efficient here. Ow. Yeah, Arknights combo skill is still really short. It's just now her combo skill isn't as easy to trigger. So it's somewhat more limited by that rather than just the cooldown. Because previously you could just trigger it fucking infinitely from like everything. So I should just use this a little bit. I should just be using it because obviously there's the whole thing where you actually get ultimate energy from all battle skills, which makes sense because it's the shared resource, but I did not realize originally. While combo skills are only for the unit.
None shall live.
Ping pong. The next... That was really close. I think on the next one, I think actually might not have enough damage necessarily to one cycle the ball. Oh, that was a red circle attack. I thought she had... I think maybe she just did them more often. She has more attacks now, so she does less of the circle attacks specifically. Oh yeah, Marble has double slots on her stagger thingies. Jeez! I might need some healing. Maybe just a little healing. Stagger. Ping ping. Actually, I should have used skill first. Oh, I should do the funny move. Funny move, funny move, funny move. I jumped too early. Owie.
None shall live.
Don't cry. Ooh, I can't see. Okay, at least I remembered it being a red circle attack. That was the wrong button. Ah, we still got some of these. Woo! Woo! Gotta wait for SP a little. I fucked up my rotation by accidentally using a skill when I wasn't supposed to.
I'll remember that.
Oh, it's a 4 combo now, yeah. I just heard... Okay, 그리고 이네. I'm getting comboed! I got comboed. This is what happens when you play sloppily. Marble is even more dangerous than she was in Beta 1. Funny, isn't it? They made her more difficult.
This is our chance to learn and grow.
Oh, fuck. Is she dead? Did she not? She didn't revive, did she? Not reviving from... When you die in like a protocol space thing. Or character design and doesn't revive them. It feels a little funny. It's not like it's like a resource to revive them. Shaking my head. Yeah, arch intensity can be funky.
This is our chance to learn and grow.
No, I have not made any revive items. How do you craft them again? Because they're not factory craft, are they? Or are they? Wrong character. It's just some glow bugs. Oh. You know, I just have not made any.
Let's feast.
Whoa! I got fucking sent again, man. Look at this fucking AoE spam. Oh, really? That hit me? Okay, damn. No, that was actually probably shouldn't have used that. Whoa!
Melting foot.
I don't know why I use this ultimate. I don't know, but maybe we should have saved it just for when we actually got to the ball. I might use this now. I'll probably just use it completely fucking up the rotation here. So I kind of should have just saved it for when I have the ball. We like just about got the ball killed on time with like everything available. Ow. Sorry, Wolfguard, I didn't listen to you. I did not listen to your evade command.
Moves, let's feast.
Wasn't the best use of that either. We might not one-cycle the ball. Not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No! Okay, I should have saved the ultimate. Should have saved it. He's throwing. I can't figure out. That attack is weird because it's like, does it actually aim towards you or just kind of? Why does that keep happening? That exact same thing has happened like 3 times now. So why did she use her? I guess I just cancelled it. Because they do, it does the thing where, I'm just, can I, is it this move? No, it's not this move. It's the move where, it's just doing this move now. Where like, goes into the ground and then it like, comes up from below you, but it has the red circle, like, below you. Oh, they changed the order that they were. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, actually, that's kind of smart. In Beta 1, you started with 2 tentacles, and then you got 4 if you didn't one cycle. Now it's the other way around, which does make more sense. You know, that, like, if you have to do another cycle, it's the easier cycle. Because I also thought the last slam aims at you, last slam aims at you at the very least, but on that particular one, it didn't aim at me. I guess it was just aiming at one of the others. But there was another one specifically, which we can kind of check now. Maybe we'll check it on like another attempt. Ow, I'm not paying attention. Ah! Jesus Christ, man! Get some healings. This is a red after this. Where you like... It does the thing where it like starts aiming a thing at you by going into the ground, and you get the red circle underneath you, and then it like comes from up underneath you and like knocks you, you know? Like slams you from underneath. But I thought it's supposed to, like, once the red circle's there, then it's just kind of like locked into there. Like that's where it'll be. But that doesn't always seem to be the case. Sometimes it seems to... That was an insane waste of my ult because she ran away. But then multiple times now it actually seemingly has like readjusted the what it actually targets at and ends up hitting me as I'm doing something else, and then I just get knocked way into the air. Having a hard time explaining what the fuck I mean as I'm actually trying to focus on game. It is really nice that the amount of range that Levitate's combo has. It's not aiming at me, huh? Oh, now I wasn't too early.
None shall live.
Everyone's chipping in.
I shall bring it. Darkness.
Jumping her? Well, because jumping is the more fun way to interact with it, instead of just dodge. Jumping more fun. I should stagger once I get this final hit off.
Let's feast.
Was that on time? Woo, just barely. Or can I get to trigger on combo? Okay, she does the funny move. Yes, funny move! Cinema move. This is the move where you just get to vibe and listen. That was a red attack. Actually, should have used her skill first. Kind of fucked up. Okay, so there has a decent amount of interrupt resist during skill cast, which is, I mean, nice to have, I guess, considering. Oh, she does it again. Oh god. Oh.
You're right.
insane scam! I'm missing all my things. Dude, the fact that the third one didn't fucking hit, man. That's fucked up. We probably can't finish, funnily enough, but that last one not hitting is fucked up. Now gonna just like kind of be hitting her with some wet noodles. I guess it's actually Wolfguard DPS time now.
Victory strategy, engage! Hey, yay!
Oh! Oh, she does it again! We're getting to see these attacks a whole bunch now. Whoa! Run around, little sheep! Oh. Except she can't. The Wolfguard can't actually use enhanced skill unless. Oh, it was that attack. Fine, I'll do ultimate. Don't kill me. No, don't kill me! Ultimate! Oh. Could be going better, not gonna lie. Now we can use enhanced skill. Bop, 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 bop. Could be better. It's not terribly leveled.
Cut my breath again.
She does it again! Then before I fuck up this jump and get one shot. Ugh. Oh yeah, I don't have healing now. Oh, it's too far to trigger it. Oh, this will give us a small stagger, which might be enough. Except if I don't have any. Okay, there it is. Gee, that was scuffed. Incredibly scuffed. My goodness. Not my cleanest fight. My hands are sweaty. My god. Alright, I have to fucking back out to rest first.
Originium will carve a path.
Do I have I can get one level. Wow. Do I have any? I have a tiny bit of these. Wow. Those don't do much anything for me. I don't have enough of this thing.
Come on! Look,
Okay. Oh yeah. This is. I mean, return 10 SP. I guess so. It just makes it slightly cheaper. SP cost 100, yeah. Is there actually skills that are SP cost not? I feel like every skill is just SP cost of 100.
Let's go.
And then, you know, some of them just have like SP return on them.
come on!
Because leveling up these also only changes the damage, doesn't it? Yeah. You don't get like more healing from these. You don't even get more healing like here because the healing is based on just the talent. Oh, ult cost changes sometimes? Huh.
I hate fools who like to micromanage.
So she just gets ult from, because she gets a bunch of extra energy from like... somewhere? It's one of these talents, isn't it? It's just this talent, isn't it? Oh yeah, oh yeah, this one, yeah. Skill hits the enemy, levitating in one stack of melting flame, and further gains ultimate energy per enemy hit. Yeah, that was the thing. Nuke Ardelia. I think you would struggle. She doesn't exactly have the motion values to be nuking anyone. Rest. Do I need to grab more healing items? It seems like it, yes. I mean, if I can throw all these things. Oh yeah, because I was like, why do I have so many things? Because I got some whatever. I wish there was I wish one of these button combos, like maybe shift click. Instead of moving a new stack, if you have an existing stack, it would just fill the stack. But right now it always just like moves the full stack. It'd be nice to have like a button combo for moving stuff where it just fills the existing stack. I like how I have all these in here. I'm not currently using them because I'm not really doing exploration anymore. I also have all these bottles in here, which I'm not really doing because I'm not running around in Wuling doing exploration much. But I still have the bottles in my inventory just in case. Okay, let's do a quick try at Marble. I mean, Marble is very much... Other than... Phase 1 on Marble is a little funky. I mean, even that is just... It can be very slow because of the tentacles. But Marble, I mean, is like... You can just by, you know... Just...
I hate trouble.
Just dodge. And you can avoid the damage. Or are they a pot anyways? Oh, the first pot? What is it? A pot 1 again. Oh, it just adds the... It buffs battle skill. The susceptibility that it gives is just higher. This improves talent. Oh, yeah. This one was, yeah, just like makes the healing a little bit more full team. Ultimate duration +1, so you get like more healing because you have longer duration and you have a higher chance of creating the thingies. Then just ultimate energy down and cooldown -2, damage multiplier, duration of corrosion applied up, which is almost the better part. Like the best part actually is probably just the cooldown. The damage doesn't really matter. She does not deal that much damage in the first place. Yeah, Panda has a pretty good pot. Some of the 5 stars in general have better pots. This is, I mean, this is nice to have. It's not like huge. You're not going to build your team around this. Because it's every 45 seconds. Which is surprisingly rarely. And then you also have to like keep an eye on like, okay, when do you actually have it? And it's obviously mainly just against, if you're doing against bosses. It's really just against bosses that it's useful. But I mean, good. At least it is useful for bosses. Because obviously Panda's skill benefit is that it has much more range than like Chen. Chen's skill is very single target otherwise. While Panda can actually hit like a whole group, which is sometimes really nice, being up there the entire group of smaller enemies. Time to get fucking blasted. Akekuri running off to the very back end. Okay, this is this funny attack. Does the last one aim? Okay, last one aims. I think the first one might aim as well. Okay, no, yeah, that was the one that I was getting hit by. I think it was indeed. Okay, I was just like... The reason it was hitting me was because it was actually just triggering the circle. There was so many circles on the ground like this that I couldn't actually see where I was going. Because yeah, it goes like that. But it just targets where you are when it does the attack. It targets like on that slot. Oh Christ, that was a lot of damage. She just didn't dodge at all there. Interesting. Also, that one actually doesn't leave like it doesn't leave a mark. Oh, these things slow you. It doesn't leave a mark on like where it's actually gonna hit. Unless I'm just blind, which I might be because there's just so much red in this fight. Speed. Ow.
I'm better now.
You also can't... I like how this one dude is sniping me, you know, through... Sniping me through the goddamn, like, wall, essentially. Target ranged tentacles first. They're all ranged! At least I think they are. I'm pretty sure they all just fucking... If you're far enough away, they just spam you. Unless they're just like... Maybe they are. Maybe it's just these two that are ranged? No, because that one was also range hitting me earlier. Because yeah, now because it's just... They just changed what they're doing depending on if you're close to them or not. I think they're all ranged if you're just far away. Because there was 2 range, 2 melee in Beta 1, but I feel like I'm not seeing that now. I'm really low health. I have no health. I have no healings. Oh. Maybe it is.
I'm better now.
Woo! Give me some healing. Okay, no, now, oh no, it does leave a circle. It's just like, it's a more temporary circle that it leaves on the ground. When it does leave the circle on the ground. Oh, really? I didn't... Yeah, it's just like that smaller circle that it... Okay, well, I mean, now we can actually check if they are specifically melee and ranged ones. Because I'm pretty sure it's just the ones that are further away from you just become...
Hit it, team.
Oh my god. Okay, that is something that it really is a little... like the not rezzing your units when you leave from a protocol space. Because you're resetting because, like, you fucked up and someone died. Which then means you have to go all the way out and rest. And then have to fucking navigate back. That's the wrong one. Re-crisis.
Prepped and primed. Let's hit it.
Quality of life update in 3 years. Yep. Classic. Classic. Skippers. Okay, let's check these. We shall now observe. Melee, that one was ranged. Okay, these two on the left right now are ranging me. Well, these ones are currently melee because there's guys next to them. If I pull all of my units to this one, will that one start? Will that one... Akekuri? Ma'am? Get over here, Akekuri. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to... No, stop running over there. I'm trying to check... Stop. Where did Wolfguard go? Do I need to... Where did Wolfguard go? Akekuri ran to that one again. Wolfguard's at the other one. What that he's doing? He's just standing and taking hits. Okay, I mean... I'll go in with one unit so that I can actually control what they're doing. Because they turned to melee because there's fucking guys. There's whatever.
Better be
A soldier is born to fight.
Re-crisis.
Ready to break camp on command.
The AI is all this aggressive. I'm pretty sure it is just proximity based. It's just that sometimes your friends will go over to the other ones and like aggro them essentially so that they're suddenly in melee. Because like, I mean, this dude fucking range attacked me when I was right near him. Now one's ranging me. Slow. Which also does do damage. Okay, no, that one over there is indeed fucking doing nothing.
Hog units incoming.
Neither is this one. But then if I go close to... Actually, if I go close to this one.
Hog units incoming. That's brilliant strategy.
They're still doing melees. Or melees, ranged. Oh yeah, this one isn't doing fucking shit. Never mind.
All units incoming.
They are. Because I feel like then they change around once you like kill some of them. They seem to change around what they're doing. Like if I kill one of the melees, then it changes, and I go next to one that was ranged. If I kill that one, which is melee, go next to this one, then this one changes to like a melee attack pattern. Which does however mean that there is still a point, yes, to target melees or the ranged ones first, so that you're fighting one ranged one in close while it's still ranged.
Break camp on command.
But then, because I'm assuming once I kill one of the ranged ones, then another one will turn ranged. Because there, the dude wasn't even when I was close, it wasn't actually turning to ranged, even though I was close. So I think it just like, it constantly balances the number of ranged and melee depending on... But also, wait, now... Okay, these are now the two ranged ones. Okay, so also it's not consistent which ones are the ranged ones and which ones are the melee ones. Also, this one actually did turn somewhat into... Okay, well, now this one is doing melee attacks. Except it's also doing the range attacks. Anyway, we kill this one and then we see what happens. Ow. I keep resetting my... I actually reset my attack. Just use this. We're theory crafting, or it's not theory crafting, we're just testing. Ow. Where was Wolfguard, where I couldn't even trigger him? Okay, so now one of these is dead. We still have this ranged guy over there. This guy's meleeing. Will they adjust now if I go close to this one and start hitting this one? They're not adjusting right now. Interesting. Okay, they don't adjust themselves. Or at least if you focus the ranged ones first, the melee ones don't become ranged. But I guess the ranged ones kind of become melee, just because obviously you're close to them, so they start using like basic attacks instead of just like the more special ones. Because yeah, now you can just kind of sit around. But they do indeed seem to change, because on the previous attempt, it was... This one was ranged and that one was ranged. Now it was this one and this one. So it is like, it's not always the same ones. It's probably just always one in the back and one in the front. But they change around. Oh, because now this started... Well, yeah, no, yeah, this is supposed to be a melee one. Yeah, because this one has the melee, which is the pattern. Like, this is the melee pattern. And the one that I did just there. And then, obviously, the ranged ones have the little goopy balls that give you the slow areas. And then the, like, gun one. While the melees do slam. Okay, yeah, no, there is... For some reason, I think it's probably... I mean, I just never bothered actually checking it. Because in... Oh, Christ, I went in too early. In Beta 1, you did have 2 melee, 2 ranged. But it was always the same ones, I think. They didn't, like, rotate which ones were which. It was always just, I think, these ones were... front was melee and back was ranged. Except not completely, because you did have... Or maybe they just... Maybe in Beta 1 they didn't have exact ones? At least on like the Phase 1 where there was just 2 of them? I'm really wondering how it was in Beta 1. Because I do feel like I remember indeed targeting ranged ones first in Beta 1 as well. But I think they rotated differently. And I think they were like consistent on which ones were melee and which ones were range.
Team, follow my flare.
Moves, let's feast.
Let's go.
Ping pong. Do we get it? Oh no, never mind. I forgot this is the higher level. It's just the barely not being able to one cycle. Okay, which one's ranged? That one. Because yeah, so now it also rotated here. But now this one is the ranged one. So it actually just like more dynamically rotate which ones are ranged and which ones are melee. I knew I wouldn't one cycle this one because it's we just barely one cycled the previous difficulty, so on this one it was very unlikely. That attack is hard to keep an eye on. Once you have a lot of stuff just on the ground, it is difficult to actually keep an eye on that particular attack. It gets like just covered in all the effects. Actually, don't need to use my ult for the...
Don't push it.
Oh, that was combo. I was wondering where where were my sheep? Honk. Oh, does the PS5 test already close in 4 days? That's a really short test then, huh? It's a pretty short test if it closes in 5 days. Because it only just started, didn't it? I'm probably gonna die here. I'm gonna fucking wombo combo because I'm gonna fuck up like a dodge. I'm gonna fuck up one dodge and get wombo comboed. Because I'm gonna try to greed my normal combo or something. Just use this ultimate kind of when I have it. Because obviously it just sort of... It'll refresh fairly quickly. Whoa. There's a red after this, isn't there? Yep.
Shall remain darkness.
Moves, let's feast.
Hopefully this ult actually ends early enough that I get the final strike off, or the finisher. It might not. It actually didn't. That's the one funky thing about Levitate ult, is just not being able to take final strikes, or finishers. I keep saying final strike and finisher like interchangeably. Whoa, that's kind of lucky timing. Normally you're not going to be interrupting with Levita's skill because it's so slow. Ooh. Ooh. Might as well. I should have skilled first again. Actually, I will. This time I'll actually wait. So that I can get the final strike. Pink bonk. Pinkers! And I'll just use this so that I have some, in theory, healing here. I can just restart recharging it. I guess it would be better to just save when I do actually need healing. Did that hit? I'm not sure. Oh! I have my enhanced skill already. Ow. Oh, I'm walking into the fire. This is when I should have had my ultimate. Where is she going? Goodness. Marble, please. It should be a small stagger, yep. I interrupted that when I wasn't supposed to. Ooh.
None shall live.
I probably should have used Akekuri skill there already. I had enough SP. She'll get blasted after she comes down from this. Healings. The skill is so satisfying to use during ultimate, man. It feels so good. That's a pretty lengthy ult duration there. Is she gonna do a funny move? Nope, just a ow spear move. This is a red move. Did that hit? I don't think it did. I think that transition when she just like, when Marble like disappears into the ether, she can't be hit. Even though technically Surtur's combo would actually have the range to hit her. This one has a bunch of attacks, doesn't it? Yep. That's a longer combo.
None shall live.
I should have probably actually just gone for the stun first. Look at this. We'll see if ult goes out now on time. It didn't. The ult duration too long, I can't get my finisher. Oh, this move again. She does start using these a bunch once she gets lower health. Okay, okay. There's a pretty good tell on when you actually want to jump / dodge. It's kind of when it goes like, it gets like a little blue on it. Did I just fucking die? Almost.
Everyone's chipping in.
Ardelia just suddenly healed with a little bit of level and will. Does actually heal pretty well. Kill. Nice! Ooh.
Just as I predicted.
Ooh. Cool sounds. Edge. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, you just have to, you know, surprise when you actually just pay attention to little and, you know, react to what the boss is doing sometimes instead of just unga bunga. You can actually, you know, clear it. I thought I might as well just take the rewards. I was healer anyway. Doesn't really matter. Nice. Ooh, did them. Obviously, I think I fucking like whatever. Because Marble, I think, has a trimmed medal if you do it in 3 minutes or something, which is crazy. Especially with the tentacles. And then Radon is 2 minutes, I think. I think Triagolos is also 3 minutes. I mean, you can just check them. Actually, which one is it? Here, yeah. Trim, yeah, 180. I took 633. Agelmorai 3 minutes as well. I took 836. Triagolos is also 3 minutes. And I think Rodon is, yeah, Rodon is 2 minutes. Rodon is almost not even unreasonable. Other than he does wait, like if you do interact with the actual like wall attack, then he does waste a bunch of times. Well, I mean, his name is pretty much just Radon. Like, there's a tiny difference in, do you say Radon or Rodon? It does like, oh yeah, it does also have a little notification if trimming is available. Collapse of her pale image. Well, yeah, okay, her, yeah, Marble Agel, yes. Marble Agelmorai does have a pale image. She's quite white, it's true. Once again, you defeated the great effigy of Pale Marble. Oh yeah, they had cool little, they actually do have, the Recrisis ones. They have little cool little texts. His haze fire has yet to dissipate. His fiery fury never dies. His hatred shall harden into wrath. His path shall be made manifest. Once more you shall experience merciless destruction. You shall witness a facet of our frigid past. You shall encounter a future without hope. I love my flavor text. Her words shall echo within this realm. Her ambitions shall be directed elsewhere. Her malice shall multiply and proliferate. Metal hunting? Probably not. Not like especially. I mean, like I will probably, you know. For stuff like these, for example, yeah, it's like a cool, like a time trial medal for like some of these where like, essentially if it's a difficult, like kind of like a difficult medal like that, but it's on permanent content, then it's like, yeah, sure. At some point I might want to try and like get it. Like maybe I have a team that I really like pushing to the limit and I'll like put it against the boss and try and trim the medal. But if it's, you know, if it's stuff like trimmed medals on a timed event or something, you know, like contingency contracts in Arknights, then maybe possibly not, depending on what the trim is like. But we got an actual timer during the fight. That would be possibly nice, considering, you know, considering there is an actual medal. Like you have a trim condition of doing it in a certain time. Having a timer at the top could be, you know, to actually get an idea on how long you are taking. It is a crazy amount of damage. Like it's not easy, not tough. Like, or not easy, not tough. Not easy. Like 3 minutes for Triagolos and Marble is crazy. You do need to have a really optimized, like, clear. For Radon, it's a little bit more simple, I feel. Radon is at times kind of a punching bag. Triagalos with triple phase, especially the second phase, can be quite fucked up. With all the having to kill the mobs first. And then Marble with the tentacle phase is like, oh god. Million damage number or down with Yvonne. Yvonne can do very funny single target damage. For like certain bosses, yeah, Yvonne can probably just shred. Triagalos, however, with like the triple phase situation, I think Yvonne wouldn't work quite as well. For Marble, kinda probably can work. But in phase 2, in phase 2, Marble moves so much and like jumps around a lot. Where I think Yvonne would struggle to like keep consistent damage. Yeah, phase 2 Triagalos, you need to be able to like... You do not want phase 2 Triagalos to get to do any of the moves like a second time. Because it'll start with the big boom, which wastes some time, and then it'll do the summoning move. And the summoning move, especially where you have to kill all the mobs, takes so much time. Depending on team, especially. So you do not want to let Triagalos do the summon again. Or really kind of any of the time-wasty moves in phase 2. Because outside of those moves, phase 2 actually, like, Triagalos is super passive in phase 2. So you can kind of just wail on Triagalos. Like, if you do have enough burst just available, then you can actually get phase 2 fairly chill. But you do have to kind of tank the first big boom and the first set of mobs. Yeah, CL does use... True, CL is using food for the clears as well, just for the extra number. I have not been using any food. I'm not a huge consumable guy. Not gonna lie. Unless indeed I'm actually specifically trying to, like, chase some particular... where you might just need the extra boost. Because what do you have in here? These are ultimate energy. He's just healing. All attribute plus 15 is not a huge amount. Where are the big ones? Spell arts inflictions. Oh. Here's physical damage dealt plus 21%. This is just 18% for all damage dealt. Attack, critical rate, and damage. Oh, there's the revive. Oh yeah. This is just bottles and glowbug. Yeah. Oh, it's a full team. 2% HP per max. Any operator in the team who takes damage that exceeds 25% max HP. Oh well, that's a very... If you don't take a big enough hit, it just won't use it, huh? Attack plus 12%. Defense damage reduction. Attack plus 27%. Revive, death, damage reduction, critical rate plus 22, attack plus 9, critical rate plus 18. I didn't actually see what I did watch one of the CL ones. I didn't actually check which one he was using. I think it might have just been the Jakub one, this one. I think it's possible to re-roll for Gilberto day one. You might be able to. It might be quite a lot of effort to do it. But if she is in the pool, then in theory you can. Pull income. The pull income is low in beta because we're clearly missing some of the income. Like in beta, we really only have one-time income. And then dailies. So we're missing some pull income for sure. And also some of the pull income from like some of the side quests and stuff, you get very little from some of the side quests. Ginseng meets the... Where even is that? Do I have that one? Do I even have that one? I don't even have that one. What the heck? Unless I'm blind? Was I just blind? Because yeah, because these are, oh yeah, because they have rarities. They have rarities. I don't think I even have that one apparently. The heck? Why do you even unlock it? How do you unlock? Maybe I just haven't. Maybe I just haven't picked up whatever it is you need for it. Obviously, because you get the recipes when you pick up the items that you need for them. Which tactical is more than something just healing. Okay, because yeah, because some of these, yeah, because that's the thing. Because the ones that are give you like attack buffs and stuff, those can't be equipped as tacticals. They just have to be used like separately. You can't equip them as tacticals. Only like healing and stuff. Well, actually, this one is also, you can dispel arts inflictions and arts reactions. This is a tactical. I think the ultimate ones, yeah, you know, ultimate can also be tacticals. Like the ultimate ultimate energy ones can also be tacticals. It's not just healing. It's just mostly you're just using healing because the other tacticals don't seem that big of a deal. Gold, you need 50 ginseng to unlock it. Okay, I probably have like 0 ginseng or like 1. And then there is also the revived tacticals, yeah. Used by any operator in the team who gets a debuff. What, huh? If equipped item is automatically used by any operator in the team who gets a debuff. Why is that the effect for using a revive? Hey there, Rory. Am I featured again? What is YouTube doing? Yes, most of the need is there's not much use. There's not much reason to use other tacticals than healing. Oh, is debuff dead? I mean, dead is a form of debuff, I guess, but it's a weird way to name it. What are you paying for featured? No one. They're giving it to me for free for some reason. It's a little funny that it's described as a debuff. Yeah, you're fucking dead, bro. I would classify that as a form of debuff if you're just fucking dead. And because one thing for some of these tacticals, like for the ones that actually like give you buffs and stuff, like this one. Because if I like craft one or whatever, and then I want to, you know, use it or whatever, I have to like open this and then use it, don't I? Well, except I can't use it here. I guess I gotta go into, you know, an actual map somewhere to use it. Okay, if I want to use it, then I have to like go in here and use it, and then I select on who I want to use it. But why can't we have like, I mean, there's a slot here. Could this be like, you know, like you could put something into a slot on your radial so you could just use them like quicker? Because actually is now that I look at it, there is like a slot here where it looks like you could equip something. Could this not be like a consumable you can put in here so you could just more easily use it instead of having to like sort of go through the normal menu like this? I think there'd just be a radial for being able to use more consumables, which would make them just like something you could use more often. Oh, is that the slot for repairing facilities? It is? Why does it have a... Why does it have a slot? Why does it have a slot when it just auto equips when you get close? I guess it's like redundancy in case you're like close to one of these and you're trying to do something else in your radial, but then you can also do it from here. Oh, funny that it has a separate slot. Why can't there be a tactical or consumable slot? I propose Heimau to have a Mario Party game mode with friends in Endfield, but it's about who is the fastest to finish a build puzzle. Or like a... Oh, you know, you mean the build puzzle as in building factory, or build puzzle as in the robots? Hollow and intimidating repairing rhombus. I didn't even look at it as a rhombus. I looked at it as like a square at an angle because it's on a circle. I didn't even recognize rhombus. My perception. Look at my beautiful factory. Which... many parts of the factory are currently not doing anything because I think my stockpile is full. I have not been, like, trading my items. So it's just kind of full. Also, I realized for the seed planting stuff, you don't actually need, like, the triple thing. It is enough to just have one planter and one seeder, isn't it? Because one plant make 2 seed. And then 2 seed make 2 plant, duh. So you don't actually need, like, the extra planter. I'm not sure if there's, like, a slight efficiency difference or something, or, like, a speed difference in something. But you can actually just do it in, like, much... it just takes way less space if you just have one planter, one seeder. Surtur and herd. Pettering. In the second pattern, if you actually use the plants. Do you? Wouldn't you still be generating, like, at least, like, one extra plant?
Don't worry, I'm around. Just go ahead and waste your time some more.
I forgot her idle line was just roasting you for standing around. Do you? Because now I'm wondering. Oh, right. Is it because of the speed that they plant at? Because, yeah, it's 2 seconds to make plant. And 2 seconds to pick plant. When a seed production plan works the same, so you're going to get excess seeds in 2 facilities. You don't need excess seeds, though. Like, yeah, this one has excess seeds. Like, the seeds are full. Or, like, rather, it's actually just, like, kind of even in a way. But you don't actually need excess seeds. And it's so strong she constantly breaks the 4th wall. I spin. I'm literally just gonna... I'm just gonna... Okay, no, you put it like... yeah, you put it like this. Power. Okay, then seed picking goes into here. One of the plantings goes out like this. And then you would have... depot. Like a protocol like this. And then if we put some plant into here. These can't work in there. They need extra stuff for planting. What can we put in? Firebuckle? Nope, Firebuckle doesn't plant in here. I forgot. Neither does Umberline, does it? Nope, those need fucking whatever. It makes Citrum for fun. Because you get 2 seed. All the seeds go into here. And then you get like, one goes into here, one goes into here. Actually, I guess I should, in theory, not put a full stack into there. See how it goes. Do you get any same FPS drops when you go into select mode? Do I? Nope. Not really. Maybe like a tiny delay of some kind. Like there's like a small stutter Because yeah, will you end up with excess seeds? I think this might just be like slower than it is with 3, but like it saves on space. Customize has even just entering mass select? Okay, no, not for me. What do you mean I now only get seeds? No, look, a plant go in here. Plants going in here. Because you get, from one plant you get 2 seed, and you only need 1 seed per plant to keep this going. So then you have 1 extra plant, which goes into stash. Right? I think it's just that it's slower. Like, to save space, it's then just slower. Because, yeah, like this... Well, actually... Well, yeah, because this falls asleep every now and then, because it doesn't get a plant as often as it needs to. Yeah, it's just... These ones can... are just... Yeah, they just go faster. So, in the end, it maybe doesn't matter at all, because this is more efficient and doesn't have any sleeping issues. And yeah, belt speed. Classic belt speed. But then I'm also wondering... Because what I'm wondering is... If you just have, like, enough in here... No, I don't think... No, it doesn't because... Yeah, because this only makes one every... This makes one every 2 seconds. Yeah, this makes one every 2 seconds, which is just not indeed enough to provide this and this. Because this means that this only gets a plant every 2 seconds. Or, every 4 seconds. Because one goes in here and one goes in here. Yeah, belt speed actually doesn't matter. It's because 2 seconds for one plant. So even though it has enough seeds, it can't actually make plants fast enough because you only get 1 plant into seed picking unit every 4 seconds. Instead of here where you have a 1 plant just fully supplying the seed picking unit. In which case it stays like consistent. Like this doesn't go up or down. You know, it's full of seeds, but it doesn't go up or down. Yeah, it's because of... Actually, it's just because it's 1 or 2 seconds for 1 plant per 1 seed. So even though you have enough seeds and everything else, it's just... You can't provide 1 plant to the seed machine every 2 seconds. So you can, like, save space a little bit with this. Sorry, well now it has also filled up, but it should at some point just end up not being filled up. Well, yeah, because it doesn't... Even if I give it... Because that's the thing. It's getting a seed every time it needs. I can't, like, speed up this at all. Even if I give it another belt, it doesn't matter. Because it's only making 1 every 2 seconds. So yeah, these are just indeed full efficiency units. While this one has a bit of sleep. Like, it has a bottleneck always somewhere. So it's just a speed thing. Well, yeah, triples are, you know, then just go as they are. And this is mostly just a question of what's the most space-efficient version of the triple. Is it like a longy one? Or is it like a square like this? I wonder. I feel like if you I think you could put them if you put them in just like actually like a row. And then you'd have one like longer belt coming out of one of them to go back into somewhere. Because I feel like long ones are maybe sort of easier to fit around. But okay, well, because was this a thing where... Maybe we have like picking unit. and planting it. I think it would be like this if you put them back to back. Because I think the thing with this is... Okay, no, you can power them all at with one pylon. Okay, yeah. Well, you can if you... You can power them all with one pylon. But then, like, you have to have your... You can't have your depot also be in, like... Just like this. Because then the depot is not powered. So you have to end up having this, like this. So it's not, like, significantly cleaner in that way. Nope, wrong button. What's the delete again? Stash, F. I like how placing those down actually made me go above the fucking power limit that I currently have. Anyway, these are just stopped because I'm maxed out on batteries. These are going there. Apparently I'm not maxed out on these. Look, this thing isn't... Yeah, this thing is actually able to blast the buckflower powder fast enough, I guess. You need like an extra set of buckflower powder to make this go at full efficiency. Actually, how is it not getting enough? Do you really just need like... How many grinders would you need? One grinder makes one buckflower powder every 2 seconds. 2 should be enough, shouldn't it? To give 10 every 10 seconds? Look, there's a small... there was a little delay there. Oh, it doesn't have enough... It doesn't have enough sand leaf? This thing was... No, it has enough sand leaf. It's not this. This is... No, this is falling asleep every now and then. Is it just my... Yeah, it is just... Is it really just that I'm not making enough sand leaf powder? Maybe it is. How? How is my sand leaf stock? Do I actually just not have enough sand leaf here? Maybe I don't. Oh, I did. Yeah, I think I just... No, well, I mean, right now, yield and cost is the same, actually. Because these aren't doing... No, these don't even use sand leaf. My theoretical cost is higher, but I'm not using it right now. But there is small gaps here in just sand leaf. So it has to be sand leaf. There's small gaps in sand leaf, yeah. Or the cost is safe because I don't have anything to use. Because yeah, it was stockpile 0, wasn't it? Guess I just need an extra planter. Yeah, it goes stockpile 0. Okay, it's because stockpile is 0. Well, because theoretical, depending on what you... If you don't have all of your things active, your theoretical isn't accurate in that way. Because I have some production lines that are simply... They're there, but they're like switched off. Or they're currently not doing anything because they're maxed out. So I guess I actually added... Well, what if I just... What if I just... I already put this in here. I could just put sand leaf in here. Wait. Where's my sand leafers? If I can grab... Oh, I have a bunch of seeds. Oh, I can just put the seeds in here, dumbass. It's not that max efficiency, but... Who cares? Now we have a tiny bit more sandy. Because is this currently my only sand leaf usage? Is these? Do I have any in any other place? Am I using some in Valley Pass? I don't think I am. I think I'm literally only making batteries here. Yeah, I'm not using sand leaf here either. No, Science Park. What am I doing in Science Park? Wow, I'm doing fucking nothing in Science Park is the answer. Literally just Ferium parts, apparently, which are maxed out or not even active. Wow, my Science Park is real fucking empty. Have I even upgraded Science Park? Like, the full thing? Oh, I have, okay. Oh, I'm doing nothing in Science Park, apparently. Because I'm pretty sure Power Plateau also isn't actually doing much anything now. Fairly sure. Well, because it was making crystal components, which have been full for who knows how long. And it was also making... these thingies, steel parts. Or, yeah, not components, parts. Material teleporting between V4 and Wuling. It feels like it's minorly useful at the start. Oh yeah, this is also where you get the recipes. Yeah, it was this thing where you get the recipes. It's like minorly useful at the start when you need a little bit of extra like resources to get started. But then like once you just have enough, you just kind of ignore it, I feel. Like, or more like I wouldn't ever want to really have to rely on the transfer. Because yeah, right now you need it for Ferium because you have like barely any Ferium in Wuling. But then like I maybe imagine, and well, I mean, actually I don't even need Ferium because I'm not actually making the healing items in Wuling. So I don't actually even use Ferium at all here. The regional transfer. I also never even tried out the... This is stockpile transfer. Oh, this is distant. Wait, no. Where's the funny thing? Because there's also the, obviously the... Oh, the lags there. There's the funny transfer thing. There's the meta transfer, yeah. What the fuck is meta transfer? I thought it was in here somewhere. It is this menu? What if I just move? Bombs. Isn't this one? Well, this is Wuling. Oh, it's there. Wait, it's there. Oh, because you have to get to level 12. Which we literally can't do yet. Oh, does the regular one just turn into... But this one is just, I think, stockpile transfer still. This is just like normal stockpile. This is not meta store. For Valley Tool, you can meta transfer. This one just says stockpile. Oh, because I just didn't switch it here. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah. Right, okay. So you just get to... Okay, so yeah, it's just... You get to transfer, you just upgrade it. Where it's like, once you have meta storage transferred, there's no reason to do normal transfer? Essentially? Because like, why would you specifically transfer the actual stockpile if you could just do the meta one? Yeah, you can. Yeah, just... Oh, sorry, I'm blocking it. Yeah, there's just a, you just click on it. So that's the thing, is like, you can switch, but there's no reason to use normal stockpile transfer if you have meta unlocked. Because it does the exact same thing, but doesn't take resources from the other region. No, capacity is also the same. Transfer value 1500. Normal stockpile, transfer value 1500. It's the same capacity as well. So it's truly like, move them to destination depot. When resource transfer is complete without reducing stockpile, it's like going to be complete if the resource depot has none of the selected items. It's like, it is just strictly better than stockpile transfer, I guess, as a reward for fully developing the other region. So yeah, once you have it, there's no reason to not use it. Indeed, more so, it's like, it would be nice to be able to transfer multiple, like maybe you could have multiple, because I was thinking is that you'd have normal stockpile transfer and meta transfer. So you could transfer 2 items, right? You could transfer 1 item as normal stockpile transfer, you know, something you have lots of, and then like a meta transfer for something you don't have as much. But no, because you actually just pick between the 2. And you still only have 1 line from Valley to Wuling or from Wuling to Valley. And also, yeah, if you could indeed have multiple items. Because, like, yeah, you can set a batch transfer. Like, oh, you only send 668 out of here. But then you can't set this and then choose another item and do, like, half and half. Even though you already have this whole transfer value system. And indeed, I feel like it could also make sense to have both meta and normal transfer available at the same time. Because then, yeah, you could just be transferring 2 items at like max capacity, but one of them you have to actually have in stockpile, so it can only be things that you're generating excess of. And then the meta transfer can be something that's like more difficult to produce an excess of. Just a little. Obviously, probably at some point I wouldn't be surprised if you get to like upgrade the transfer value or something as you upgrade like the regional levels and stuff. Maybe you can upgrade the amount that you can transfer as well or something, but yeah, it just feels like it's something you kind of just, unless they actually design some of the regions with it in mind, where like, yes, to reach, like you will, some regions will have less of some resource, so you'll want to transfer it from other regions that have it more. If that is their intention, then, I mean, okay, yeah, sure. That could, like, you know, it could also, like, it could give regions a sort of more specialty on what they produce. Like, you know, one region has lots of ferrium, and Wuling doesn't have a lot of ferrium, but you still want some ferrium, and you maybe don't have enough of it naturally, so as long as you can transfer enough of it to then be able to be making your ferrium, or meeting your ferrium needs, even at higher levels, then it's Gucci. But otherwise, it kind of feels like mainly a thing of when you're first starting out and you just need to transfer over some like extra basic resources to get yourself running. Use it for that. Also, here is Nyankat. How do I teleport over there? Nyankat. Nyankatters. Saddy. What do you mean saddy? Also, you could also make these without like depot buses, can't you? Because you could just make them where like, because obviously this, you know, makes it so that automatically you get all these items and whatnot spinning around in them. but you could also have it set up so that you just have to, you know, you supply it with some of the items manually, and then it will just permanently loop them. Oh, sadly, because you don't have a Nyankat emote. It's too... Nyankat's too old. No emotes for Nyankat anymore. Too old. And a single loop-filled bait around the base for no particular reason. It looked pretty. See, that's the true end game of Factory. Is making stuff like this. I didn't make this. This is a blueprint. It's just making stuff like this to just loop around your excess resources. Because it looks fun. Or satisfying. That's one thing where it's actually kind of like, I almost kind of like when you have when you have a little bit of spaghetti with your belts instead of them being real efficient and tight and clean. A little bit of spaghetti gives it some character, you know? It's like, yeah, this is like a factory with a bunch of belts and shit. Look at this spaghetti. A bunch of long belts just being fucking useless. This thing is off because I don't actually need to do anything with it. I have 20,000 material. Also, yeah, like as just a cosmetic thing, just being able to choose colors for belts. Like, yeah, sure. Put a limit on the number of things you can put down. I wonder if they'll put a limit on the number of things you can put down. In a couple posts about people getting locked out of the game because of having too many items on belts or too many reactors being deployed. That's funny. Some things do have limits, like hard limits or whatever. Like you can only have, like right now, you can only have 2 of these. 2 of the Forge of the Skies. Because it's like tied to your development level or whatever. I guess there could be like an actual limit of like how much the game fucking wants to process of indeed just like stuff. But it does feel like you have to... I feel like it would probably be a limit where it's like you have to try and make it. You have to like try to make it reach that limit. At least on like PC. On mobile, who knows? Maybe on mobile you can fucking just smash it, just set it on fire instantly. Also, I like how this refining unit is here, where it's like 1 tile in, so that these have to do this little like weird bend to get to it, when actually it could just be at the edge here and no problem, I think. Unless not. No, yeah, I could just place it like that. But no, for some reason it's like this, where they have to do a little extra loop here. For no fucking reason. Yeah, because in AIC you have the area limit. Obviously, and you can only like fit so much in. Like in theory, they can like test out the absolute maximum amount of things you can have within this space. Like what is the most demanding setup within this space that you can make? And then they can like optimize according to that. And then obviously, yeah, in Overworld you just have facility limit of however much. Doesn't actually tell it me. I'm like, I do have to pick up an item. I have to like, if I do this. Yeah, you have the energy. 114 out of 320. So first of all, you can quite a lot. You can put a fair few things down. I do not remember in beta 1 running into issues with the power amount, except maybe like once I did. Like usually you reach the limit like for these things, like, oh, well, first of all, you can have 40 zip lines in here. I guess it is a pretty big map. Yeah, I feel like you're usually reaching like, you know, this kind of limit and this kind of limit before you're reaching a power limit. Because like there's only so many sort of things you put into the overworld, since you have a limited amount of zip lines and a limited amount of turrets. And a, you know, a limited amount of mining sections. Do the I guess you have the stash depots and stuff that you can actually just like kind of spam around, can't you? Yeah, the delivery quests on here, dude, they go some long distances from like here to like over here and like over here and everything. And yeah, it's a pretty big max, so yeah, you have a lot of zip lines. How many do you have in Jingu Valley? 30 in Valley as well. Which also is needed because you have all these little islets. It's much easier to traverse these if you have some zip lines set up. What's this funky little, like, it looks almost like this is like a little empty spot that could be, like, expanded or something, but I think it's just a big old mountain. The item, oh yeah, when the bell, yeah. Yeah, this is one thing, right? It's like a little... Making it so the items, like, enter more clearly, like, into it, because now they just kind of, like, pop out of existence when they go in. Or when they come out. They kind of just pop up, like pop in instead of sort of actually like extruding out or extruding into machinery. The only point in the northwest? Oh god. So it is like one of those like, huh. And because they have a little bit of it with these. Not quite. Like with these logistic bits, they actually like do like they go halfway in before they get like sucked over to the next one. Like it is kind of like, why have they not made them more dynamic in their entry and exit? Because yeah, it shouldn't be like a technological limitation, really. Presumably, it'd be strange if it was. So then is it like a thing of just... Is it too much for phones? Or just like, oh, you never see it on phone anyway? But I don't know. Because they do just kind of pop out into existence. Haven't done any W's past the tutorial. Could outsourcing them, I think I'll do the same when released. Too late to set up a zipline network. Well, I'll be on release. I'll be setting up zipline networks to like all the different places, because then there's more reason to have them set up as like long-term beneficial things. Okay. Oh yeah, there isn't. Yeah, okay, yeah. Young cat without. Thank you. Young cat without depots. Yeah. You self-supply the permalooper. Look at all that share night. Let me check some stuff real quick. I have some messages.
Another day of beautiful sounds.
Ardelia speaketh. She speaketh. You'd be 10 out of 10 if you're making the Amogus base work. Right? Functioning base where every single production line is shaped like Amogus. That's also the real factory endgame. I'd have to rework it from making sure Night components since I just have to be functional. Dude. Functional, funny ones, that truly is the real optimization the factory needs. Figuring out the most functional but still silly setup. It's like I have maximum efficiency on my Amogus production line. Our profits are up 200% after we implemented the Amogus production. It's so efficient and it looks cool. Morale is up. Look at those mushrooms. We got just mushrooms growing in their city, by the way. Bean stoppers. Bean. Think of the aesthetics. But look, I can explain. The Amogus production line is crucial to the efficiency of this factory. This turtle isn't in the water, it's just walking around. Oh. Sorry for bothering you, sir. There we do have just incense turtles as well, just kind of running around. Just chilling. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where this third thingy is. Not a bean, it's a chubby lung. I refuse. Never will I call it a chubby lung. Bean forever.
I remember that you kind of like these.
Petrum actually exists, right? Why did they make... Maybe if I go in camera mode, wait. Why have they made turtle so that model disappears? I don't think... Devs, let me go close to turtle to take picture. I want to see every detail on this turtle. The turtle doesn't have any panties that I can see by doing an upskirt, okay? You don't have to protect the turtle. Unless? Is this an implication of something? Shaking my head. Let me look at turtle close up. Made anti-dithering mod? Probably not for beta yet, but probably will be pretty quickly on release. I guess why? Yeah, because I wonder actually. I mean, I imagine considering it's still. Actually, I wonder how much, because obviously it's, you know, Unity engine, which would probably, you know, help in the making of mods to some extent, just because it's a known engine. But then it's such a heavily modified Unity engine that actually I wonder. She's fucking drowning? What? Also... Am I stuck? I'm stuck! I don't think I can get out of here. I think if I go anywhere, I fucking drown. Oh. Uh-oh. No! Oh, by the way, characters do have swimming animations. When you actually drop into the water, they do actually do a swimming animation. They just they hate swimming. They just hate swimming and refuse to, like, keep swimming. I'm wondering what the... I guess it's just lowering the water would be the puzzle part, but how do they want you to do it is the question. Unless it's these little things on the sides. Also, one thing we'll see with... What's that? I think some people have already managed to, possibly, to like grab some of the models from in-game. Is I believe beta 1 models were like some people did manage to grab like the actual character models and, you know, use them for something at least. I think I've seen some MMDs with a Surtur in it or a Levitane. I wanted to go up there. Apparently I cannot get up there from here. Do they want me to jump in there from up at top? I can barely speak. I guess so. Also, what was this? They just have this... do you like your... I'm sure they really enjoy their ominous red triangle domain. Oh, okay. It's the domain for these ones. Okay. What is it? Wolf card? Oh. the found chest fucking emote. Pogging. They can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it either, actually. I can activate it and go inside of it. I can't remove it, so it's just there. You just have to deal with it. So, like, those fucking Endfield people came around, and now we have these ominous red portals in our city. That is true. They did build the city right next door on top of the very large rift. So, you know, maybe they're cool with it anyway. Is this really... I think it is. Is this actually the only way to jump up here specifically? Is to, like, come from up top? Do I have to spray that maybe to make it do something? Or this is probably actually quest locked, isn't it? I'll even put in liquid Shernite just in case. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is probably another quest thingy. Actually, these look like... Yeah, these kind of look like they might open up, and then you have to spray the things that open up. I think I said this before already. I do wish you had a little bit more of these, like, bigger exploration... Like, sort of, like, these bigger sort of just out in the open puzzles like this. That you could just, like, randomly interact with. Rather than that, like, the mechanics or the mechanisms don't activate until you start whatever quest it is that it, like, is tied to. It'd be nice to bump into more exploration thingies that you just kind of do naturally. Where it's like, I wonder if I can interact with that thing over there. And then you go over to the thing and you can interact with it. And it's like a bigger puzzle rather than, obviously, just like the small ones. Because you have a bunch of the smaller ones where it's like, oh, hey, I see a thing over there. I can probably do that thing. But then, like, yeah, specifically for, like, these bigger things like this. Like, this, I mean, it's like clearly, okay, like, oh, there's clearly something here. Then you go to these things, and it's like, oh, those things. I wonder if those are related. And you could just go and interact with them naturally, like, spontaneously. Instead of, like, oh, there's a quest giver right there in the middle of Levitane's horns. We need quest NPC can backseat the whole thing. It does almost kind of feel a little bit like that, where it's like... NPC must tell you what to do in case, you know, you're dumb. Which many people are. So it does feel like it's making sure the dumber people find the cool exploration, like bigger exploration interactable. Because they can see from the map that, oh, there's a side quest there. But yeah, personally, I would just like to have more little exploration things that were sort of more natural to just bump into and just complete. Like even more involved stuff. They made you jump around a little. Why'd I get a friendly message, huh? What's this friendly message? What if it's not friendly? Cannot receive facility in current position. I'm in Wuling City. I don't know where else I would have to be able to receive it. I'm gonna be real. I've also not used the shared facilities, like, at all. How close do you have to be able to receive this kind of thing, right? Also, it doesn't even, like... It just tells you Wuling City. It doesn't, like, show you where it is, either, so you could go and get it from where it is. So you get one, and then it's like... Because it has, like, a proximity thing for receiving it. But, like, I'm in Wuling City. I don't know why I pressed that instead of just M for map. Like... Because it doesn't even give you, like, you know, like, the side, like, oh... Borough of Swordmancers. Residential area. Like, it doesn't even give you, like, this little bit here. Some of the sharing could use some work. Among Us 2. Among Us 2. Yes. Among Us 2. Cannot receive facility in current position. You have to be, like, strangely close, I feel, to be able to get them. Which is fine for ones like, if it's like, oh, it's like a tower next to a farming spot. But then if it's, you know, something indeed like Memo Beacon, where it's like, it could be fucking anywhere. Check out the Discord, okay. I'm assuming you've actually posted where it is. Oh. Dahuan Town Office. What is this? Oh, okay. Now you send where it is. Okay. But there's also... Yeah, what are these backgrounds? I mean, it's obviously just like... There's more stuff in this one.
Another
Oh, wait, this one is from fucking Arknights. I forgot. Yeah, it is. It's like, is it used for the university building? In like the U event? I feel like it was maybe earlier as well, already in the previous one, in Shu. Oh, was it Shu? Okay. I thought it might have been also in U. I guess that maybe no, university one. You had the like an outside view of the university or something. Yeah, Shu event. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, Wuling is pretty clearly off of Shu event. Oh, there's more. There's more. Endfield, Shu. No, not completely the same, but I mean pretty close. I read Shu event last week. Finally, I was like, oh, I know that place. No way. Whoa. Yeah, Wuling is very Dahuang. Clearly. Okay, but okay, here. Where is this thing? Is this where it's supposed to be? Or it was indeed these are the things you wanted to show me, and not just this map spot. She was just an earlier model of Endfield they were using. Dahuang it just happened that Dahuang has a lot of the aesthetic. I mean, there has been a thing where you like see that there has been like more okay, it's over here. Where like there is like more sort of times, like more similar styles in some of the Arknight stuff as well. Now that Enfield has been like more present. Like, I mean, for example, Surfer just looks like she's out of Arknights. Oh, there's a chest up there. Oh, so did I just say Surfer looks like she's out of Arknights? My brain. Here's one of the spots. Plant. Rice. I meant Surfer looks like she's out of Endfield. And obviously a bunch of the Shu event stuff and some of the like just style stuff and like designs and architecture in Shu event also just is very similar to Enfield stuff. Surfer, that's her name! It's Surfer! Why is there a... Ping plong, ping plong. And there's a look, it's a face. That's floating off of it, by the way. Somehow. Fucking Magitech. Their neon light signs are just float in the air. Oh, there's another. There's another. Whee! Wow. Shortcut. Incredible. Perlica does have a holo pen. No, that's the thing. It is like, yeah, they're Magitech. They really do just have neon light signs that sort of exist disembodied from anything else. It's like, guys, it is extremely important that we use this advanced hologram tech to put a little face on our massive bell. I swear this is important. It's probably a character and not just a face, but it does just kind of look like a dude frowning. Oh. Grab some snapshots from the in-dev build and they need some background Yanese images. Actually, that would be a little funny if they were like, or it was just like, one of them was designed first, and then they were like, can I use this for the other game as well? Like, this is really good. Can we put this into the other game as well? Was there? There was a chest just here. Boop, boop, beep, boop. And a shared zipline? Bets on if this zipline fucking goes anywhere. No. It does not. Does this one go on? Oh no, because this one only connects to this one. Incredible set of ziplines here, I must say. Shared ziplines are very funny, because they're... So often they are just not useful. Can I use a new beacon? Nope. Where are these? Let's... Cubic? Let's check how close do I have to be able to grab it. So like, where actually are these? In the Institute? It's in there? Where in there? Are they both in there? Do we go in here or next one? Oh, yeah, okay, here. Okay, I didn't go into here earlier. Okay, let's check. What do you mean? I'm wondering, yeah, if they're like, if maybe it is because if they're like, oh, they're inside of here, they're like unshareable. Or are they just at the entrance there? Like here? Maybe you can't have shared facilities inside here, yeah. But you can place them down yourself, but then, yeah, they can't be shared to other players. One entrance, one second floor. Well, yep. Neither of them work. It might be that they can't be inside. They can't be in buildings. Go put one outside. Like just at the, you know, outside the entrance. Maybe it can be there. And it's just a building limit. Because I mean, now that I think about it, anytime I've been inside of a building, I have not seen shared things. Okay, there it is. Let's go outside. I think it's a building limit. This wall right here is probably what limits it. Or maybe like a, you know, maybe also like somewhat, you can't be like right up against it or something. But this barrier right here makes it, what, can you share it or not? Okay, but now I'm wondering actually about the distance. Okay, we have this one. This one is okay. But a little bit further in isn't? What's the limit? We're myth busting. Cannot receive facility in current position. Right, and okay, right. Current position in here, cannot receive facility in current position, is actually referring to the position that the facility is in. I was assuming that current position was like, oh, you're not in correct position. Like, oh, you have to be closer to it. No, it's the facility's, like, position. Specifically. Because I think this also pops up if the shared spot is like already on top of another facility, I think. I think we had this when you tried to share like some of these. You were sharing like the towers. I think they like couldn't be shared because it was already like a tower on top or something. Like it was overlapping, so you couldn't get one. Yeah, apparently shared blueprints expire. Okay. You also get this area where you're not far enough in the main story. Really? Huh? Okay, apparently this is apparently the limit. You can get it just barely inside. Oh, right, if zipline would sequence break something. Right, okay, yeah, that could be. Okay, yeah. Well, hey, it's funny that they thought about it. Also, is this one okay? This fucking guy looks dead as hell. This slug thing. However, you can still get some... The ziplines you can use to sequence break just like more random exploration stuff. Like, for example, in Wuling, for example, like, oh, I can't get past this water. And I'd have to normally like go like take a long route around. And it says, oh, there happens to be a shared zipline on the other side. So throwback to the guy, one guy who skipped almost all of Load Spring because of a bug. I did not hear about this. That sounds funny as hell. But also unfortunate. Luckily, I guess it wasn't on release or whatever. It's not like bricked account, skipped Load Spring. There has also, I haven't run into any of them, but multiple others, creators as well, have ran into like glitches of like soft locks and stuff. This one can be received. Wait a minute, the fuck? Oh, right, yeah, right, from... Wait, where the fuck? What? Oh, it's... Means I have a good gaming PC. I'm not sure it's that. No, one of the soft locks that I saw Cookie do was not like a performance thing. It wasn't like, oh, the game crashed because of performance or something. It was just like overlapping a certain set of menus or something would just like break shit. I'm assuming this is an unintended location. Yeah, Cookie's like menu soft lock. Yep. A message. Okay, yeah. Yeah, pretty clearly unintended. You're not supposed to be seeing these facets here. Above, look closely. Good job. Explorings. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's nice. That's real nice. I mean, frankly, it's almost surprisingly, like... surprisingly complete. For being, you know, an area where you're not just straight up not supposed to be. Like, it has collision, right? Like, it has collision? It's just like, yeah, like, you know, you don't have all the sides modeled, or not all the sides have textures, but like almost everything has collision. But I'm wondering if that's... because these are obviously probably like... some of these like look like, you know, they're like particular assets or like just chunks of like rock assets. Which might just have, you know, they have collision by default if they use them elsewhere as well. I did encounter a bug during the menu screen where I didn't say Arknights Endfield. Oh. A few bugs, that's because I'm playing a mobile device with less than minimum specs. It runs that well? Summon a sub PAC. It is, I mean, look, this is pretty flat. Right here, it's pretty flat. This is good ground for some factory. But yeah, like, it has collision. Even though, like, you shouldn't really be up here. Oh, I like, however, you can... there's the... like, the cutoff line for music changes is between these rocks. You can, like, walk off and get different music start playing. Cannot receive facility. Cannot receive facility in cutout position. Yeah, I luckily have not indeed run into like any big bugs. But obviously others clearly have. And some of them are not like performance issues. I don't know if maybe the worst performance could like make it easier to run into some of the bugs. But yeah, it's like, it feels like there's somewhere it's just like menu overlaps and stuff where then you can't like interact with something. Did I have... I feel like I had one thing somewhere where I had like some kind of menu overlap or other, which made it so that I couldn't like interact with something. But if I did, it wasn't a huge one because I don't fucking remember what it was. Been on the power plateau, the lighting changes drastically from sunny to gloomy if you go post-barrier. No, past barrier. Are you sure it's not... Because there was one over here. There's one here. If you can set up a zip line, it was somewhere... It was from, like, the end here. Yeah. From, like, over here? Setting a zip line, I think, from, like, here to there, I think, gives you, like, a huge change in lighting. I can just test it. It's not very difficult. It's right fucking there. I can't remember if there was one in Power Plateau as well. Maybe there was. I didn't run into it, at least. If it was like a consistent, I'm wondering, was a consistent one or one which was just. Yeah. Okay, this is still here. We're just teleporting through the day. You can even see the fucking, like, dude, you see the sun in the sky. It goes from midday to evening. Whee! Ever do a fixed or daily quest where you can't interact with said quest requirements? Oh yeah, no, that's the one that I had one. Yeah, I had one of the robot beacon things, yeah, where I couldn't actually interact with the robots. To put the beacon down, and then I couldn't do it. This guy is not real. Again? No. Had moments where I tried to fight Tragos Recrisis, but the screen freezes. I can still get proper audio, I can still go do game inputs, but my screen was just a frame of the cutscene. Yeah, okay, so this is indeed still here. And this is a pretty easy one. Like, it does not require much breaking of the game. Obviously, it's like not a zipline you really have. Like, this is not a zipline you would naturally do. But. Did I hallucinate, or was there supposed to be another event for us? I think there was supposed to be. Where was it again that we saw the other... Was it Access Pass? No, it wasn't Access Pass. It was... Medals? Unless it changed, because now you just have Rumble Monument here. Because then in news there was something, but I think news... No, yeah, it was somewhere in news. It was somewhere in news, just not the actual event news. Was it here? You can't see right now. I know. I am aware you cannot see right now. Give me a second. Because I thought there was the third one as well. I thought it was listed here, because here you have Fairy Tail and Umbral. I thought there was a third one here at one point. Combat drills, edge pace. And the narrative events, these are character quests. I thought there was. I think it was mentioned here originally, but yeah, now it's not in here. Now it's sign in, authority level rewards, Fairy Tail, Umbral, combat drills, edge base. I think there was a third one here before. Which had like which listed ore barrels as a reward. Huh. I think they actually did update it. I mean, I looked at this. We looked at it on stream. So whatever stream it was that we looked at it, like, there is a VOD out there somewhere where I'm pretty sure there was a third event here listed. Interesting. Interesting. Because then here you have like the actual, or here you have like, you know, the actual events. But here it's just, you know, you have Umbral and Fairy Tale. But I think it was in here where they listed a third event, and now it's not there. I guess they changed plans. Or it wasn't supposed to be there. Now I almost want to find where in the fucking VOD did we have that, but I have fucking no idea which of the hours of VODs is it. Delver of the Cryptic. Probably was. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but I do think there was a third one. But now it's fucking disappeared. Has removed itself from existence. Anyway. Was it funky that like the part that's about this is interesting that the sky goes through multiple changes, right? It's like a bunch of changes that it goes through. Which means that there's like multiple changes to the sky as you're running through here, where obviously you can't see the sky. But why is it like multiple steps of changes instead of just the one? Interesting. That sounds like a dungeon name. It includes a series of spatial set challenges. While each spatial set contains a number of protocol space, complete these protocol space to claim one-time completion rewards. Engraved metal. All bonus goes in opening all storage crates in the protocol space result in perfect comparison. So yeah, it was like an exploration slash like it was similar to the, because yeah, in beta 1 there was some protocol spaces which were like, they had like some puzzles, like exploration puzzles, some combat, sometimes. And then obviously you had like the sort of like jumping puzzle things almost. So I guess it was more along those lines. Which apparently now has just been deleted. I had a maze one. There might be a DLC for each space. Well, but if this was the description for the event for Delver, it does sound like an event. I guess it could be part of Etch Space. Obviously, just when you think of the name Delver of the Cryptic, you know, that would just, as a name, that would fit for what Etch Space is. But you mentioned hope they'll implement a proper night cycle. I wonder if they will. Because I feel like if they would, they probably would have already done it. I mean, they could for a later map. I'm wondering if they would do it for like some maps, but then not others. Because right now you always have like a set daytime in a specific map, which kind of gives them consistency in the style and lighting of everything. I don't really mind it. I don't feel like, when I'm playing the game, I don't feel like, damn, I'm really missing a day-night cycle. But yeah, for photo mode, it could be nice to be able to have more lighting options, I guess. But that would pretty much just mean then having to have lighting for like the different lighting sets for every map anyway. Whoa! I was supposed to do that because I wanted to look at filters. Obviously, you have filters, but the filters are different than, you know, actual lighting stuff. These are obviously different. Rather than being like night, day, and so on. Wow. The picture of it in the event menu and everything.
Another day of beautiful sounds.
Wooling went to the extent of blocking the sun to create an artificial night. Oh, is that part? Is that the piece of lore? Or just like a take on it? Endfield being modded to remove the lighting so it's eternally nighttime. I did not see this, no. I wonder if that looks any good at all, considering the lighting is like baked in. I guess, yeah, it happened in the dating cutscene, I guess, yeah. They did indeed like cover up. Which, however, is an interesting idea. How the mainly like was that just, you know, because it was like cool and they had the drone show and so on. But it's like, why? Yeah, why did, if they wanted to have like a fireworks situation, was it necessary to cover up the sun, or like, do they actually just have permanent sun out there? Even though we see that the sun does move. Like, it's not like the sun is static in the sky. It does actually move. So. Oh, you sent the video link? Okay. I actually do kind of want to see this. Night Atmosphere. By John Enfield. I'm on the wrong account. I don't have to worry about accidentally being on the wrong YouTube or Twitter account now. It's fucking Chen face. The fucking Chen altered face. I feel like this scene was somewhere. I feel like Beta 1 actually had one lighting situation that looked close to this one. Look at her doing the penguin walk. Honestly, looking at this, it's like, it kind of, yeah, without the sun, I guess, it still looks good. It does just look like night. Like, it doesn't look like, it's just, like, as if it's just wrong, like it's missing all lighting. Like, 'cause there's still, like, lighting, it's just that it doesn't have, like, unless it's just really well modded. And it's not just sort of removing a light source. Like, it more so just looks like there's very strong moonlight instead. I mean, because yeah, I mean, there's clearly like a source, like there's very clearly a directional source of light coming from over here, based on these reflections. So yeah, it looks like a full moon type of night. Also, all the sounds. A really bright moonlight looking at that skybox there. Because yeah, I feel like this is not just like a, I just removed one light. Like, it is an actual adjustment to make it look like nighttime more. This part is like so bright that it almost looks like, it looks more like it's early morning or something, where the sun is just like behind the mountains or something. It's so bright. Oh yeah, this is beta 1. Yeah, this is beta 1. True, it's 10 months ago. Yeah, because we have these. I didn't even notice. Yeah, it's actually beta 1. Dude, it does feel like there's been actual like shader adjustments for some of this stuff. But like, it works surprisingly well, except like it is a bit sort of Like, it's still really quite bright for being nighttime, where it's like a super, either a really aggressive moonlight, or it's actually like just early morning or something. Like right before the sun is fully up. Banter looks surprisingly good looking. Because I was worried that, like, you know, unless they've done a bunch of adjustments, possibly, actually. Because there was a possibility that if you just kind of like, just make it darker, it will look horrible. Which it might be that indeed this is not just as such a simple of a mod. Did I actually say anything? Nope, not really. Like, by the way, tiny video, like, hidden for 10 months. That's the wrong place. Actually, yeah. Well, I mean, because the thing is, we can have a nighttime map. Like, we can absolutely have a... Like, I mean, that's how they've kind of doing it often, is that they just have maps in different times of day. So we can have, like, a nighttime map.
Don't worry, I'm around.
And then, yeah, you could maybe have, like, lamps or something. Sorry, I apologize. Okay, Levitating, calm down. I don't think this helps me. Nope. Look at all these block zip lines, and I can't even get up there. You have to come from some other direction. Unless... Actually, how the fuck do you go over there? What the hell? From up there, I guess. Whether you want to suppress modding attempts or not, and depends on what you try to mod. Is mainly is probably the main thing, honestly. You know, the other games, for example, it's like technically you're not allowed to be modding any of it, but like depending on what you do and at what scale and so on, it's like, I mean, okay, fine. But like still also probably like if you kind of get like very specifically and overtly caught, then it's probably, you know, like you do have to keep it in mind that there is the possibility that your account gets banned. There is a Steam vent? Oh my god. He's just dumb? He's stupid? It's on like a little side thingy. Also, who built this? Why do we have this like built pathway here that just goes to a Steam vent? Who was like, ah yes, this is important. I must build this pathway. Near like kind of thing where you gotta build a light to see yourself. They actually could. They generally could. They could actually do that if we get a nighttime map. I quite like how the maps are designed. Like I really don't need. And actually, I mean for Endfield specifically, it like this type of maps where the maps are not fucking open world or whatever, I think just works a lot better. It's also why I don't feel like I'm missing a day-night cycle. Because the maps are sort of... You in a way, kind like, because you still have different times of day. Because the maps are the ones that just what map you're on dictates what time of day you're in. And also, like, being able to essentially... Because, you know, they get to essentially control the lighting that every map and area has. So they can sort of set the vibe perfectly on what they want to. And like really organize the skybox to look as nice as possible in sort of how they want it to. And then because the maps are like sort of these segmented, smaller segmented maps, and not an open world, it doesn't feel like you're missing a day-night cycle. Because it sort of separates the experience of the maps in general. While if everything was like a continuous map, then I feel like you would be missing, because then you'd be like, damn, it's the same lighting everywhere. Unless you just have like really, really subtle changes in the lighting as you move across like a larger open world map. Maps are small but so dense you keep missing things every pass through. Because of that I can't fucking find that one note to complete the investigation about the bone crushers. I had one of those in beta 1. There was just like some particular note I usually never find. I just don't know where it was. Because that was one thing we were wondering about, if there is like a tidally lock thing situation going on with the moons and stuff. But like we saw, the sun does move. Because that's the thing, is that like it wouldn't be surprising if you're tidally locked, if the moons are tidally locked to Talos 2 or Talos, the planet. But the sun would still move because, you know, space and all that, they spin around the sun. So like the sun would still moving, and we do, when we're doing a little back and forth on the zipline in sort of a slightly unintended spot, you do see that the sun moves. So like you see the sun moving if you're no, wrong thing, wrong button. Because you see the sun moving. Right now, the sun up there. Boop, boop, boop. It moves. So sun does move. What's this little detail you sent? Yep, that's a detail, all right. That's a detail. That is a full moon of one kind. I'm not showing it on stream. Not doing it. It was... This spot is still funny. I guess they were just like, just let the players fuck around with this spot and see the skybox changes. Also, yeah, there is like a really purple one somewhere in the middle. Yeah, there's like a really purple one that quickly flashes by. Because I'm wondering, where are the other skyboxes? Because it's only the two endpoints are the ones you actually see consistently. So what are the other ones? And why is there like 4 different skyboxes? It's between me and him, chat, and everyone else in the server. I'm a little surprised that they didn't. I guess they thought this was... Oh, what the fuck? I can go up here. I didn't realize. Whee! Changes your progress on the footpath? Well, presumably they do. But you see, the footpath is a cave.
Don't worry, I'm around. Just go ahead and waste your time some more.
You can't see the sky. So once you just come out of here, it's already in this skybox. That's why it's a little strange that there's like multiple transitionary phases in the skybox when there's actually only like one endpoint or whatever. So then I'm like, where are those other, like, yeah, it's just, what funky interaction has made it so that there is multiple skyboxes? Because it's not like you're skipping multiple maps either. Like, the zipline isn't taking you through like multiple maps. It's just going from Load Spring, between Load Spring and Science Park. Like, it's literally just this gap here. And somehow this gap has like 4 different skyboxes in it. Because I'm wondering if it is just like that it is other skyboxes, or if like lighting effects that are there ready like for something, or they're like used in a cutscene somewhere, or who knows. Also just wondering if there's any other spots that even have something like similar you can do. Or maybe if you... No, probably not. Because it has to be like going between maps to get it. And I don't think any other map has like a spot where you can do it in that like same really quick way. Because you can't go from like here to here. You have to go through this cave. Or just how transition from one to the other goes. But why is there like a transition, you know? You can see terror within one frame. Real? Confirmed by true believers? Watch the drama speedrun video. Can explain what's wrong with Ember, Last Ride, and Yvonne. Well, with Yvonne, it's just Yvonne just doesn't appeal to me. I don't actually really have a significant... I don't have issues with Yvonne's design. It's just she doesn't appeal to me. But I think her design actually fits her and works for her. Ember is a weird mishmash of design elements, and it feels like she should have a little bit more armor, being like... Her vitals are just kind of out there when she's like a veteran combatant fighting in harsh environments. And Last Ride is just a fucking disaster. What is any of that? Why is there like a weird translucency going on? Her vibe is so off. I feel in so many ways. It's just, I can't really honestly point out any particularly positive thing about Last Ride. Other than if you just like take literally just the face. And it's like, I guess her face is pretty. She has pretty eyes. And like she doesn't look quite as egregious if you're just looking at like the back, because her long hair covers most of it. But her special combat suit is for some reason a leotard with a bunch of translucent white spots, which aren't even there in her splash art. In her splash art, they're just white, like cloth. But then in the 3D model, there's for some reason a bunch of extra weird translucent spots. Yeah, and Ember feels off because it's like they're trying to have like a heavily armored girl, but then also one where all the boobs can be out jiggling and the ass cheeks are out at the same time. You know, like trying to have your cake and eat it too. Pun not intended with cake, but it kind of worked out. So like Ember has like a weird conflict in design elements, while Last Rite is like consistent in the design elements, but like consistently off in a way that I'm just not a fan of. Like, there's personal taste in the end, but also like, I mean, if you want to, you can get into the idea of like, should Endfield have designs like that? Not necessarily, in my opinion. And you can also get into the funkiness of she's supposed to be of a race that historically was all about war and cannibalism and death. And her character is so far outside of it, which is like an intended sort of gap of moe. But I just think it doesn't end up working very well. And her English, also like VA, is not great. It just... Like, even for the character that she's supposed to be, I feel the English VA doesn't work for that. It just sounds really strange. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. I've never been wrong in my life. And I mean, yeah, Ember's armor is also just like a little funky, where it's like, it's actually not really even armor, because it's just...
Looking for me? You fuck.
The battlefield shows no mercy.
Because really the only parts that are armor is she has some leg. She has gauntlets. But then like, what is this? Like this kind of weird metallic dress thing that's barely connected. How does this function? I know like it's not all about function, you know, you could just have stuff that looks cool. But I am like, what purpose does it drive? Especially when... It's not covering her ass. It's kind of just about barely covering, I guess, like it covers her sides. Not her front, not her back, not her chest and vitals. As someone, but then has like this like bigger pauldron here. It's just a weird like conflict of elements and vibe. Like because it's like, you know, because there are armor skirts. Like armor that is in the form of a skirt is very much a real thing. But then when you put it like this, where it's like two separate pieces just on the sides, it gets like, It gets a little funky. And yeah, no wings. Which is still a funny thing. Like, they didn't give her wings now that she's like, now that others have wings, she still don't have wings. So yeah, it's like funky. I didn't mention why she has no wings, and there maybe could be. Also, because if I remember correctly, at least in beta 1 files, I believe in some of her files there was a very specific mention of her watching live right in front of her face as one of her comrades was impaled through the chest and instantly killed. And yet she has an open back and an open chest. You know, it's like, really? It just feels like there should be more protection, you know? Like, it's just like you're trying to have like a heavily armored woman, but then she's not armored in most of the place that would normally matter for armoring. So it's just a little funky. That's why it's just a little silly. It takes like just the, I think, because there's a level of that where it's like, okay, you know, female JRPG armor, right? Like that kind of armor style. There's a level at which it's like, okay, fair enough. Well, you know, it's fantasy, you know, it's fiction. We'll give it to you. But then if you like, there's just a point or a level where it's like, okay, no, you've lost me. You've gone too far. Genuinely think of rerolling if I get Ember last right for my beginner banner. Bare back, rotten cherry on top for me. It is I mean I have an entire short about this. It has not changed, I'm pretty sure, but I do have an entire short about this. Wait, with Ember. I need to go to team so that I can like.
Let's hit it, team.
Survival is never free. We always have
I didn't change the team.
to pay.
You run around on Ember. Her cake is exactly framed at all times as you're running. It's like, really? Is that necessary? It feels a little egregious, if I may.
Ready to
Meanwhile, this is the funny thing. Meanwhile,
It's my turn already?
Last Right is weirdly the opposite. Last Right in front, what the fuck am I looking at? Why is all of the white cloth that's in the splash art is just white cloth? Why is it now suddenly translucent so that you can like see more boob? And like, there's just all these side cutouts, right? But then actually, Last Right, when she's running, it's just like her long sleeves and long hair, her mop hair kind of covers everything. And you see like a little bit of open back every now and then. And like, cause the tail is also there sort of covering the ass a little bit. You get some of the side bits, but meanwhile, Ember is like perfectly, she has twin tails so that they go to the sides, so they're not in the middle. Her weird armor skirt plates have this like exact shaped, butt-shaped cutout. Like, huh? And obviously the open back as well. And the open back. It's just a little funny. But also at this point, I'm not expecting either of these two designs to change. And yeah, Yvonne is just... She just doesn't appeal to me. That's a fully personal opinion. For Last Ride and Ember, I feel like there's just actual, like, I'm not sure if this should be the design language in Enfield. But Yvonne... I don't have Yvonne, I can't actually show her, but... For Yvonne, she's just like... It fits her character. It works for Yvonne.
Over here, Ant-Man. Oh, I'm bringing
Because
quite
it's
a
like...
few things.
Her character is essentially a Gyaru. She's supposed to be like a fashionista... Bubbly fashionista type character. It's like, okay. Sure. Her pants are like insanely tight. But other than that, it's like... Yvonne is Yvonne. The boob kern is like... I mean, it like exists.
Behave, Frosty Bitey. Oh. We're going
However, it would probably
for
look...
Ant-Man.
If it wasn't there, it would look even stranger. But... There it's more so again like, what kind of clothing is this even? Is it like... What is it, huh? Also, I can't rotate. I'm not allowed to rotate. Like, these sleeves are kind of cool and stuff. The hair is cool. The painted horns and stuff. It's just the extremely tight pants, and then, like, this spot is, like, you know, these little... Like, rags. She just kind of has, like, some rags on, you know? Kind of just drooping across her chest. It's like, it's supposed to, it's kind of like a vest of some kind, but it's also like barely connected to anything. And I'm, okay, then you have this pose in the gear screen. But yeah. So yeah, but yeah, I don't see these designs changing. It's so close to release, I just don't see them being changed. Maybe some adjustments. Like, the one thing they could do for Last Rite is they could make it not translucent. I truly do feel like the translucency on her... most of her chest and everywhere else is like, it just doesn't... Why? Especially when the splash art specifically doesn't have it. Look at the splash art. It's just opaque white in the splash art. Why is it translucent in the model? Like, I was already iffy with just the splash art we had of Last Rite, and then the model came and it's like, they somehow made it worse? So it's a little, Shy girl like her would never dress that way. Well, that's part of the... See, that's a normal gap, though. Like, that's a common anime trope thing. Where you have the shy girl, but, oh, they have to wear, like, a skimpy outfit. Right? That's kind of a common trope. So, like, that part actually doesn't, like... I'm like... Yeah, it's weird, but I'm so used to it that I'm like, okay. So I more should just look at the design just as is instead. At least she has kind of a unique funny hat thing going on with bells on it. And her hair does look like just a blue mop. Used to still insufferable? Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. It's like, it exists. Because yeah, in this case, the whole thing is that, oh, this is like an advanced battle suit or whatever, and it's like, this is your advanced, like, prototype battle suit. On another trope where, oh, the advanced prototype battle suit is just like this. Hair instead of future Valeda collab. She does have a cool mask on ult, yeah. But she makes that out of, like, ice or whatever.
Constant vigilance in every place.
So true. Also, she does have indeed a tail, which...
that I never break.
Did Noxeras indeed not have tails in Arknights? We just don't know. Maybe we just never been. Yeah, maybe we just never been able to actually see. They don't. Like, no, we do have. Yeah, we do have somewhere. It's just like they just clearly don't have tails. Right? We have some sprites. We have some. Well, because yeah, most of the males are wearing very bulky armor and whatnot, but we have some of the females. Because yeah, Nadine and Khaleisard, and also, well, allegedly, what's her face as well. The Necrosis Shielder, Defender. Yeah, it does feel like most of them indeed just don't have tails. Like on Nadine, like technically, I guess there could be like a tail hidden, right? But I mean, seems unlikely. Here as well. I don't know. Well, yeah, because is this a tail or is this just like no? Because this is just like the strings or these like cloth strips. Which I mean, I guess it just makes you wonder if Last Rite isn't just like, you know, not pure Noxerar. Because, like, you know, here on these guys, it's like, okay, there could be just a tail hidden in somewhere. And because what's her name? The blonde Sargonian girl who is implied to be an Noxerar Necrosis Defender. What's her name? Philae. Like, yeah, no. So, like, seemingly from all we can gather, Noxeras do not have tails. Except she does have a tail. It's just tiny. It's really skimpy. It's, like, really small. Is that not tail? It's just, like, really small with a thing on the end. Never mind. Maybe they do have tails. They're just very small. Unless that's also just supposed to be like part of clothing. What does her tail look like? It also has like, you know, a thing at the end. It's not exactly the same thing. But yeah, Last Rite's tail is like real fat. That is like just a proper like lizard. That looks more like a lizard tail situation other than the, you know, end of it. No, stop, I'm looking at your tail. We're comparing you to your ancestors. So like, I mean, no matter what, it's still a very unexpected tail for a Noxerar. Which, I mean, it could just be, you know, yeah, just not...
Please pardon my lapse.
Her spacing out is PTSD, by the way. She was having war PTSD. That's her spacing out. No, not all Sarkas have tails. Or, I'm pretty sure not all of them have. Vampires don't. No, do vampires have tails? Wait, no, do vampires have tails? Vampire! No, they do have tails. Closure has a tail, right? No, Closure do... No, vampires don't have tails. Yeah, vampires don't have tails. Sarkers are many a type, so some of them just don't have tails. Or Farron. There ain't no tails hidden in here. At the very least, vampires don't have. I think liches do, don't they? Yeah, liches have tails. Liches have like the very... We know Ermengarde, or Ernie has a very like a small little tail, I believe. Actually, do they just hide them again? Is that the thing that they do? They just kind of hide them? I thought we've seen Ernie or Ermi with a... Not Ernie, Ermi. No, that's not the tail. That's from here. That bit there. I thought this was the tail for a moment. This bit here. But no, it's this thing coming from the chest. Because the Ardashir has a tail. And we're assuming he's a lich. But we don't have a whole lot of liches to even go off of in original Arknights. So, like, they could or could not. But also, Ardashir does keep his tail in a very specific way where he wraps it around his leg so that it's, like, always sort of static. So, if that's a thing that liches just do, then, like, you know, Fremont could just have his tail also wrapped around the leg, just inside the pants. I thought the thing around his leg is just an armament. No, I think it's not a tail. I think it even moves. Like, the end, the tip of it moves sometimes. Talked about a tail in the X-event. Ermengarde's.
In every place and situation.
So
this
true.
Is a rule that I never break.
So I guess for liches, we're not sure. But we just assume Ardashir is a lich. And has a tail. Except the thing is that Ardashir also has... Ardashir has a little bit of hornage going on. Oh, but I guess Ermi does have some hornage going on. Never mind, doesn't she? Okay, yeah, she has a little bit of hornage. It's just Fremont doesn't have horn. Ermengarde does have horn. Ardashir Banshee? No, we're assuming lich. For now. Because he controls, like, spatial... He has spatial magic, which is what liches do. But then also he did do, like, a little bit of maybe some, like, Banshee word magic as well. And the horns are kind of more Banshee-ish than lich-ish. Could be a mixed race thing again. If Last Rite is probably mixed race of some kind, then I mean Ardashir can also just be mixed race of some kind. So, you know, a fairly simple way to take it, isn't it? Like, oh, yep, they have elements of multiple because they've been mixing. Does Logos have a tail? I feel like we've done this before. I feel like we've gone over to Arknights Wiki just to look at tails before. I'm sure he has. Surely he has a tail. Does he not have a tail? No, there's no tail. So no tail on him. Yeah, banshees don't have tails because they're like, you know, they're like birds. You know, banshees are more bird-ish. So Ardashir. Ardashir 1. Ardashir 1, also known as Ardashir the Unifier, was the founder of the Sasanian Empire, the last empire of ancient Iran. It was an ancient Sargonian name, so, you know, fair enough. I don't really want to open up a video. Is it on the wiki? Is he on the wiki? No, not Arada. Ardashir. No! The wiki! No Ardashir on the wiki. Surely... Apparently images just has nothing. Is it just not loading, or... What did I expect? At least like a screenshot of his face or something. You know? Is image? I guess it's just apparently there's no images of Ardashir. Wait, I just realized I didn't even look at what this was. Ardashir edit, Arknights Endfield, Suka Funk Criminal. A music edit, I guess. I need to kind of click on this now. Okay, now it opened. In grey screen, I feel a bit weird to put on a wiki page with zero info. Shaking my head. It's for me. It's for me. Have a part that's just random screenshots folder on the wiki. What did I expect? Look. First of all, oh my god! Look at the look at that interpolation and everything. The upscale. He's become fucking porridge, man. Look at him. He's so smooth. He typo dies of cringe. What do you do? What did you do to him? What did you do? Why is he even fucking doing it? It's like PlayStation 1 graphics. Why'd you do this to him? Show me some horn image. Oh my god, it's the entire thing. Why? Doesn't even help me look at the fucking horns. Gaymate, do you have a list of characters? Do you have? No, you don't. I like how I'm hearing me interacting with the game menu as I'm moving around my. Okay, whatever. No Ardashir. Yeah, because Ardashir's horns are kind of unique. They look like a kind of, because they're not really as bird feathery as you would expect from a banshee. But then they're also like really close to the head and kind of small, which most horns aren't. But they are more horn-like instead of feather-like. But I mean, okay, Logos does also have like more horn-ish bits. And then also like the wings. But his are like so like front forward. While Logos's are like upwards. Truly the important discussions of, do they have the correct horn style? Yeah, I think like Lich is the, not Leech, by the way, Lich. L-I-C-H. Leech is a different thing. That's a little slug guy that sucks your blood. He could be one of those as well, you know, in some ways, but like, there's not a race, at least not yet. Yeah, because Lich would just fit better right now, overall, than Banshee. But then he also does like, it's very well that he could just be a mix. Because he does then also do like the sort of, he has the whole where he says like stop and that's enough and all that in funny Sarka's language. No worries, Shimmy. I didn't mean it in a mean way. Cause yeah, like seemingly maybe uses some like Banshee shenanigans as well, but then like spatial magic seems to be like the main thing that he does with his little portals and everything, which is very much Lich's. So let me check on my friends real quick. Why did he turn to me? I guess I moved him. I was like, I thought I left him watching over there. I came back to game and I saw him turn towards me. I was like, ah! Huh. Spooked me. I didn't have too much time. I don't have too much left to do here either. Can't believe I actually, however, got at least one unit to
Looking for me? You finally remember
E4.
something?
So expensive. I do hope they adjust these somewhat. Like, the amount of stuff you need is fine. It's just you need to either balance the amount of stuff you need or how much you get from running your stamina. Though also I'm wondering because I was thinking kind of how I saw originally, how I kind of saw where like E4, like this last promotion is like an expected one. Where like you're always aiming to get to here as sort of quickly as possible for a unit. But I'm actually wondering, is it?
Let's go over the battle plan.
Because you don't actually unlock much from it. The actual unlock itself doesn't give you any stats. You unlock a very expensive base skill, and you unlock like, you know, 20 of their main stat, and then you unlock masteries. But maybe actually the more natural stopping point, especially early game, it's actually better to just do like level 80, but not the promotion. Because you still have all the stats you have at 80. You just don't have this stat, and you don't have this, and then you don't have masteries. And the masteries themselves are going to be expensive anyway to do as well. And yeah, even E3 level 70 is like especially early game. I think especially early game, E3 level 70 is like the most reasonable stopping point. You can still you can manage to do like level 80, level 85 recommended content without much issue, as long as the team is like a well-functioning team and sort of somewhat evenly invested. And then, you know, once you have like, either you have a team that you really want to put further, or, you know, you just get to the point in the game where you have a little bit more excess. Then I guess you start doing these. Because, yeah, it doesn't unlock sort of as much as I, for some reason, thought it would. Which does somewhat adjust my, at least, like, long-term vision of, like, how much is the farming. It's obviously, it's more so just like it's like a weird little mental thing. Where it feels like the final promotion, this unlock, should be like the default stopping point, you know? Like, that's kind of what it feels like. It's like a little mental thing of like, well, of course you get the last promotion, and, you know, then you like stop leveling them maybe. Like you don't max them out. You just get to like the minimum, but the minimum would be the last promotion. But the minimum might not actually be the last promotion for a lot of characters. Other than obviously, like, yeah, you get this. Like, in a way, it still is. You'll still aim to have everyone at E4. But, like, for early mid-game, leaving most at level 70. Or maybe for some of them, get them to 80. But not the promotion, is like what actually makes the most sense. Because yeah, the gold gear is like the biggest unlock, which obviously you get at 60 already. Like that you get right away at 60. So that just somewhat adjusted. It's more so just a little like mental thing of like, well, I'd want to get the last unlock, but then it takes a while. Meanwhile, because you know, in Arknights, I feel like you fairly quickly, you know, like E2s become the default fairly quickly. Like, if you're gonna use a unit, you're aiming to get them to E2. Unless it's, like, really early game. But, like, very quickly, E2 becomes the default. Maybe you don't level them up very far into E2. But you at least unlock E2. You leave them at E2 level 1 for, like, a good while. As you level up more units. You don't do masteries, you don't level them up that much past E2, maybe a little bit, E220, E230, something like that. Until you want to start like unlocking modules and stuff, which is obviously way more late game stuff. Same for masteries. but like you don't have like a very clear, like still unlockable thing like a promotion, like an E2. Like it would be a little strange if in Arknights you would be leaving like a bunch of units actually just at E1 max instead of just taking a little extra spot to get them to E2. But obviously, actually, the thing is actually for the lower rarities in Arknights, it actually does make sense. Because 4 stars, for example, will not be unlocking new talents and whatnot at E2. You'll only unlock masteries and some extra stats from leveling. So for some 4 stars, it actually can make sense. But still, I feel like the default becomes E2s. So it's just a little funny that, yeah, here it's like, you can actually, like, you're almost kind of encouraged to leave this promotion hanging for like a good while. Because it's so expensive. Like, you're better off leveling up. You're much better off leveling up the full team to like E270 with maxed out skills and stuff. And obviously in Endfield you do have the same cost for all rarities. So like, it's just a little funky that like you kind of are somewhat encouraged to not to delay this final uncap for like a good while. It's just kind of like it's like taunting me, you know? It's sitting there taunting me like I don't have the final uncap yet. So I should be working towards it, but like maybe you shouldn't be. Maybe you should indeed focus getting the rest of the team up to a certain point instead. Masters don't feel as big gain as in OG Arknights because they're only damage upgrades. No cost change, no range change, no additional target count, nothing like that. Some of them do have changes to like ultimate energy cost, I think, has changes. Some of them I think even have cooldown changes. The masteries do actually change some stuff. They're not huge though. They are like in that way less than in Arknights. In Arknights, some of the masteries are pretty big deals because they like give you a significant changing like SP cost or something. Some of them do still here. Some of the masteries do still in Endfield also like lower cooldown costs or lower ultimate energy costs or something, but mostly it is just like the it's just numbers up, and also it's specifically numbers up in just like the damage multipliers. Most upgrades, like 95% probably of upgrades, is just the damage multiplier number. Like you also like for example you don't get higher stagger upgrade. You don't get SP recovery upgrade. The only SP recovery upgrade that I've noticed is Akekuri's ult. Akekuri's ultimate is like the only one where, oh, like the thing that goes up is the SP recovery because it does nothing else. It only recovers SP, so yeah, it upgrades that. Because it doesn't even have a damage multiplier to upgrade. But obviously, I mean, that might be just kind of be like somewhat of a balancing change in that way. I don't really mind that like normal upgrades don't necessarily change much more than damage multipliers. Like for most skills. Because especially when it comes to like staggers, for example, and some of the SP gen stuff, those are like, you know, a more careful balancing act. And you might get into a situation where if you fuck it up a little bit, then at low level they feel super underwhelming, but then at like a higher investment level they're like a bit too good or something. But does Arklight SP gain go up? That probably is because some of them obviously upgrade at like certain levels, and obviously like not every level. Some of them just get upgrades at specific levels. Which, by the way, I wish you could preview further than just the next level. I would like to be able to preview, you know, beyond just the next one. To check, for example, breakpoints. Like, to check if there is breakpoints. It would be nice to be able to just go, like, as far as you have available or something to check breakpoints. 5 to 6 is often... Well, because I think the jumps are probably often between the promotion lines, right? You have the lines that unlock, the promotion lines that unlock. It's probably often between them. So if there is jumps, it's probably often from here to here, from like 3 to 4, and then from like... Or when reaching the end, so from 2 to 3, and then from like 5 to 6. And I guess we can...
My Aldertone taught me differently. But you aim to reach the same goals.
Yeah, okay. SP recovery goes up at 6, it's not across the line. It's when you reach the end of it. So yeah, here it goes. SP recovery goes up by 1. So yeah. It would be nice to be able to actually preview further so that you could actually see where you have your breakpoints. So that you can like plan, like, okay, well, there's a breakpoint, I want to get to that. Even if it's somewhat intuitive that the breakpoints would often be here. And then obviously for some, there's you know, this is obviously the classic progression gaming where, oh, if the only thing that changes for some of these upgrades is damage multipliers, well then, for example, for your healer, for Ardelia, where none of this stuff really goes up on these levels, you don't necessarily have to upgrade her skills like at all. None of her, like if you're using her mainly for healing and obviously being able to like trigger effects, but you don't care about her damage multipliers because she's probably not going to be doing that much damage anyway, then you can kind of ignore them and obviously save resources for, you know, other ones, like other characters. Because then like her healing is all just in the talent instead and having more will. Old stagger goes from 7 to 10 on M1, but on none on other levels. That's kind of common on masteries, isn't it? Where you have like a specific mastery that gives you like a break point, and then the others are just like, you know, like, oh, you get SP down specifically on M3, or in this case, yeah, stagger on M1, but then more. That's pretty common for masteries, is that there's one specific mastery level, pretty often M1 or M3, where you get like the main effect from the masteries. Considering the roster will be smaller in Endfield, it's not impossible to raise every character E4. Oh no, probably not. No, it's very much. I mean, yeah, it's early to mid game like progression stuff where it's like, holy shit, I'm poor. I like can barely raise one team. Or like, God forbid, you're trying to raise 2 teams at a time. It's like, yeah, I just don't have anything. Dealing skill is one of the biggest susceptibility games, but pressing the skill feels because of SP cost. It does happen. Does susceptibility actually go up for this one? Because it is 16, which doesn't seem like a default number. But is that because I have a potential? Was potential 1 already that? I think it does go up. Because yeah, this is just plus 10%. So it was probably 5 originally, and then 10. Goes up to 25. Okay, it does go. Okay, never mind. It goes up quite a bit then. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Like at that point, it starts actually indeed being like worth it to try and fit some battle skills into the rotation. Like other than just when you need healing. Because obviously she does also have this thing. Triggering an additional effect while an enemy with corrosion is nearby, immediately cast a battle skill again. So you get like a double hit of the... You can get a double hit of the skill as well. Oh, pots don't show up at the skill preview. It's base 15? Oh! Actually, it's a little funny that it does. I guess it makes sense that it doesn't. But it kind of would maybe be nice. I mean, couldn't they just... Actually, never mind. Why don't they have the same thing that they have on Arknights? Arknights, when you have a potential, it shows you the full final number, and then in brackets next to it, it shows you the amount that's coming from a potential. Why is it not here? They could just show you the thingy. Also, I have given feedback in general for just the character progression screens where it's like, yeah, you're going through a lot of menus constantly and like back and forth when you're trying to check stuff. Or when you're going through weapons, or you're going through these
It is a lot of back and forth. And for there, I was trying to like go back, but it's not actually back because I was just going through these. Because I'm on this screen where like the character is no longer visible. It feels like a separate screen. So I'm like, oh, I can right click to go back to the screen I was just at. But because the tabs are actually still here, right click takes me back here instead.
Originium will carve a path.
Yeah, and yeah, indeed, just like, I think this would be a big one, is indeed being able to switch characters when here would be nice to have. Like, why don't they, for example, in the bottom left here, they have this. In the bottom left, there's this. Why can that not always be a contextual menu at the bottom so I can switch to anyone from any screen and it keeps the screen? There's space here for the button, and then you could just click on it. Like, I guess because it doesn't, like, look as nice. Because, you know, here when you open it, it still has, like, your character sort of in the center like that. But, like, yeah, I mean... Finding some way to be able to switch between... One of the main ones is not being able to switch characters when in ability matrix. At least on weapons, you can. When you're on weapon screen, you can. When you're on gear, you can. Yeah, it's mainly the ability matrix. Like, why can't I switch when I'm in ability matrix? Also, sometimes I still just, I'm like, all right, where do I have to click? I want to level up. Oh, I have to click on here instead of, like, I'm often going down here to, like this is switch. Right? I feel like it would actually make more sense, because... Well, here, obviously, if you want to level up, you go here. And then you have upgrade down here. Because, like, this is like, oh, okay, I give levels, it's bottom right. Or if I'm here, then level up is suddenly here. And for some reason, at least in my brain, for example, when it comes to, like, weapons, I feel like this should be level up button, and this should be switch button. Like, here I'm clicking on the weapon, so I would like to thus change the weapon. You know? While here I'm like, this is the general upgrade button area often. Like, this is the confirm upgrade button, but now it's a switch button. You know? Like, consistency of what type of button is where. Also, by the way, this is something that I truly don't know why this has changed. I am so sure that in beta 1 I could maneuver gear. I can maneuver gear with WASD. But I can't change or equip gear with keyboard buttons. There's no confirm like button to change the gear on keyboard. I'm pretty sure in beta 1 there was. Not enter, I think in beta 1 space equipped like selected gear. Maybe enter did as well. Enter don't do shit. I tried to pull my keyboard up to the camera. I can't. It doesn't have enough distance. But yeah, I have not been able to find any button that equips gear on keyboard. When I'm pretty sure in beta 1 there was a button that equipped your select, like if you're hovering over a gear it would select it. I think I did equip with enter a few days ago. Not for me at least. Mine don't work. I can move with WASD, right? I can like select gear with WASD. And I can move between gears with Q and E. But I can't equip. There is a menu with keybinds, but I think it doesn't actually list these ones. It's general. Opera preview, mission, track, current, blah, 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 combat, AIC factory. Yeah, because that's the thing. You don't have, like, essentially your menuing options. You don't have rebindable keys for your, like, character menus. It's just, you know, actual when you're exploring and in combat in factory.
you don't have like, you can't rebind the interactions in here, which is, I like, isn't a problem if there wasn't some parts where it's like, why can I not press something to equip gear? Because like, even if I'm using mouse, okay, like even if I'm using mouse to select gear, right? I'm using mouse to select gear, which I like, to me feels better and faster. Like, you know, like whatever. Like you can go like Q and E to change tabs, and then mouse to actually select the gear I want to put on. But because I cannot press anything on my keyboard to select it, unless my version of the beta is just bugged and Cubic actually is able to. But then if I want to equip it, I have to go from the top left to the bottom right to equip.
A fine product of industrial
Which is, it's like, it's a lot of mouse movement. Funnily enough, oh, does double. Also, yeah, a double click should equip, but it doesn't. Like there's a bunch of these which I feel like were a thing in I think in beta 1 there was a keyboard button that equipped, and I maybe double click did as well. I'm actually not sure. That one I don't remember, but yeah, it's just like, why is there not the way? I'm pretty sure beta 1 had a way, and for some reason beta 2 doesn't. Also, then the menus have inconsistency. That's one of the big things. Is there's inconsistency on where certain buttons are, like where certain actions are, on whether or not, like, what kind of keyboard controls you have instead of just mouse. Like, for example, where is keyboard control to switch between the top, up and bottom, like top and bottom tabs here? Like, WAS doesn't do anything in this menu, or in this menu. Like, why could I not have W and S change which tab I'm in, for example? So yeah, it's just like, in beta 1 I already asked them for more menu navigation with keyboard specifically, which I think in some places they gave us more navigation, but then they've also seemingly taken some of it away. So I am confusion. Which I would, this is like, it's sort of like minor things, but they are things which really stack up as you play the game consistently for hours. Then the little things like not having a keyboard button to equip gear, or not being able to switch these tabs with keyboard, slowly become slightly more annoying. But it's also like, should be kind of an easy fix. Like a kind of no-brainer fix. There shouldn't really be much issue. Like WAS doesn't do anything in this menu, so you could have WASD. You're playing the game with keyboard and mouse, you're gonna have your hand on WASD anyway. Have them do more in the menus. Because that's the thing. I think this wasn't in beta 1, I think this wasn't the thing. The fact that right click, pretty much always, almost in every single menu you're in, right click goes back. It feels so nice. It's so nice. It's like, it's intuitive. It's really nice. Like it ends up, it's just second nature eventually. Like, oh, right click goes back on menu. No matter what menu you're in. Right click, it goes back to the one that you're at. It just goes down the contextual list of, it's like a back button on a browser. It's just the back button on a browser. It's like, oh, perfect. They need to have more things that are like that nice and sort of like, ooh. But it's not there all the time. What I have in here, perform essence etching. I don't have no essences to etch. And I did do a little bit of controller stuff on menus, where some of the menus felt quite nice. Like some stuff felt good on controller. Like for example, you actually had ways, I think, to switch between some tabs, you know, more naturally than actually on keyboard. But then like some other things, like, yeah, like some confirm action buttons and stuff were like a little bit all over the place. And on controller, you especially feel the like, when you're, for example, in character progression screens. Like, actually navigating some of these was a little bit annoying. Like, oh, you wanted to get to level up here? I could just literally check. What was it? Did I actually have to use, like, did I have to navigate with D-pad to the level up spot and then click on it? And there wasn't like just an instant button to go to it. Oh yeah, now the game obviously went more quiet. One thing on controller that I really like is the radials.
Still waiting for something?
The triple radial system is really nice. That one's really nice.
Carve a path for us.
Because like here, you have like, well, because you have like some quick sections, like, oh, operator list. You can open up this. Like, this is quite nice. You can do this. Like here, you can go to level up from here. You go back. But also... See, but that's a little weird. I go to level up, right? I go triangle to go to level up. Then when I go back, it actually goes back to here instead of back to the ability matrix. Which doesn't feel like it's going back necessarily, sort of. It just takes you, well, because it just takes you to like the other, whatever. But for example, here, if I want to go to the level up, I may have to like, instead of doing, like, you can either do this, open up this thing, which is not always available. This one isn't available in every menu. Or you have to like do that. And then go away. Or go here. And like, oh god, here especially, like, for example. Okay, never mind, you do. Yeah, you just left click, you can switch between these. Some stuff feels nice. But then navigating some of these, once again, it feels like some of these tabs. Like if you're navigating the tabs like this, some of them don't feel...
Still waiting for something?
As good. But for example, like this is the thing. The fact that the contextual menu, this quick action menu only being on the main page here is a huge misstep. It's a crazy misstep. Why do I not have a quick action menu in all of these? Like in gear, I no longer have quick action menu. In weapon, I have quick action menu, but it opens up the quick actions for the weapon, which, okay, is like contextual, but I could also like to have the option of having the quick action for going like between all of these. But actually this one was also just level up ability matrix attribute deals and doesn't actually let you, for example, go to the weapon tab. So could you have maybe the other side, you know, the other button, face button or whatever, like menu button, could open up like a like go to this tab type menu, though I guess that's kind of similar. But it's like, the main thing is that if you could open up from here, I could open up, oh, I want to open up the menu and go to the weapons tab, like instantly. Like if I could do 2 clicks to go from here to here. Which like, that's not like it's like 2 extra clicks to go normally, but for some reason it's one of those little things. So yeah, there's some menu stuff. They have menus that look so nice. Everything is so nicely, like, kind of in a way organized, and it looks really nice. The aesthetics are great, and also on, and they like feel good in a way. Like all the animations and stuff feel good. But then there's just some like convenience things of like, it'd be nice to be able to go to thing easier, you know? And just move around. It's mainly the moving around the menus that feels like it needs some extra inputs. Happy to see that those are the major issues. Yeah, that's the thing. These are kind of like, in a way, small issues. But it's the ones that you do end up noticing, obviously, once you play for a while. Because they're the ones that you interact with a lot. And so it does not work anymore for me to equip gear. It worked at some point, allegedly, however, which is... Well, because that then makes me think, if it worked for you at some point, and you're sure about it, that you did indeed equip gear with Enter at one point, then what if it's a bug? What if actually it's supposed to be there, but for some reason it's not functioning? Like, it's just broken. Because if it worked for you at some point, then it maybe not. It's not that it's not there. It's just that it's not working. Keyboard mouse outputs, I'll never notice them. You missed the part where we were complaining about how some of the keyboard functionality works. So no, you're not safe from it. You thought you were. But no, even on keyboard, not everything is all as nice as it should be. There are aspects of the keyboard navigation as well which need some work. Mainly the fact that the keyboard itself in these menus is used very little. When it really should have more usage. In these menus, it's mostly you're doing everything on mouse and having to move it all around the screen to do anything. But then when you're like here, for example, you have so many buttons that just do everything. Like damn near all of your function keys in are used to open up various parts of the game. Like just like they're actually using. There's so many keyboard shortcuts to like goddamn everything. When you're just like in this mode, and in combat everything feels great and so on. Is it possible to disable keybind hints? I don't think in beta yet. Oh, I don't think it's in beta. It isn't. I think. It would just be like money, like in general, wouldn't it? Camera. Unstuck adaptive triggers. Yeah, at least not in here yet. No. Because yeah, you wouldn't necessarily need them at all times. I think the thing is, however, I think these would even if you turn the hints off. I think these would still end up staying just because that's what these games do. It's like a mobile virus. Mobile just feels the most intuitive of all control schemes. I mean, I disagree. I think all games are unintuitive on mobile, but that's me. And yeah, sometimes, escape is sometimes like, should be, sometimes when you feel like it should be used as like a cancel or back button, it like doesn't work that way and it actually does something different. Like for example, if I'm in camera mode, like I'm in camera mode, I'll actually accidentally press right click, which goes back and cancels, which is actually consistent with how it works everywhere else. But sometimes I'll just accidentally click it because it's like right there. When I'm trying, like, oh, I'll rotate camera. And for some reason, my brain is like, rotate camera is obviously going to be right click and then rotate. No, it's left click and rotate. But then, for example, if I'm in camera mode and I press escape, it is huh? Never mind. I was going to say that it opens the menu. It doesn't. It does actually just go escape. I swear earlier it just opened the menu. But it is just exit photo mode. Never mind. Never mind. He's hallucinating. I think it probably is just that I'm accidentally sometimes clicking right click and just exiting camera mode when I didn't want to. That's actually probably what it is. Never mind, S worked there. The one place escape doesn't work where I constantly think it should be, I might as well show it before I leave, is in factory. This is the main thing where I may never actually get used to it if they don't change it. Which is when you're in factory, in top-down view mode, my brain will always and forever tell me that if I want to leave top-down view mode, I should press escape. But that opens up the pause menu. To leave, you just need to press the button again. Caps lock goes into top-down and it goes out of top-down, which actually should be kind of intuitive and like it's a toggle, so it makes sense. But for some reason, brain says escape, but it is not escape. It's also not right-click, because right-click has actually interactions on, like, the top-down view. Like, in this mode, for example, right-click does stuff, so then. It is, however, yes, true. I do agree. Binding something to caps lock is fucked up, because then it's like after a gaming session, I'm like, is my caps lock on? Or I'll just start typing and I have caps lock on. But then, because like, the thing is that shift is sprint, so it can't be shift. Tab is in and out of factory building mode itself. It could be like, whatever is like next to 1, I guess. Except we're being mean to them for no reason. You can fucking rebind it. You can rebind it. Well, apparently I can't rebind it to this particular key, but... What can I bind it to? Never mind, you can rebind it, except apparently you can't, because I can't find anything that would rebind it. Well, I can rebind it to F. I was trying to put it to the whatever is like, you know, the little sign thing that's next to number 1, but that one doesn't work. For some reason. Obviously, number keys is, you know, like, that's your character keys and skill keys, so that makes sense. Okay, it's not... It doesn't let me use a bunch of the non-letter keys. Letter keys it lets me do. It's not letting me use... It actually can't even do tab. It doesn't even let me do tab for it. Which, I mean, makes sense because it would, like, conflict. But it doesn't even let me, like... It doesn't tell me, oh, this would conflict with tab. It doesn't let me do it. Okay, that's a little funky. There are buttons here on my keyboard which I could be using for this. I don't know why it doesn't let me. I can set it to fucking Z. I'm wondering if it is a Nordic keyboard thing. But like a layout thing, because I don't have a standard layout. It could be. But also like the fact that I tab, it just says cannot set this key instead of saying that it... Because if I do F, it says key is already signed to function interact. But obviously since tab cannot be changed. Because switch between AIC and exploration can't be changed. So then it, I guess that's why it doesn't give you like the message of this conflicts. Because it could be that, yeah, maybe Endfield doesn't know what your keyboard layout is. That could be the issue. Actually, never mind. I know that it doesn't. I know that it doesn't. Because, right, there's this over here. Right? This thing where you open up like an extra little set of menu. It says this key. This key does not exist on my keyboard as it is. It's a completely different key. It's a letter key for me. It is not apostrophe on my keyboard. It is a letter. Because of Nordic keyboard. So yeah, never mind. Enfield just doesn't know my keyboard layout. Which maybe it will in the future, but at least for now, it doesn't. But it's beta. I really finished your English is so natural. I have lived in the UK, for example. Hulilupteri. Manasut. I'm essentially bilingual, that's why. I lived in the UK when I was a small child, and I also did my bachelor's thesis in the UK. You can use F keys? Okay, you can use F keys for top mode, okay. Unity issue? Maybe it's a Unity issue. I feel like you can probably... Surely you could just make Unity recognize different keyboard layouts. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you can... It's just like... It wasn't quite consistent on exactly which keybinds were like... Which ones could I actually change top-down view to? Because there are some buttons. There's actually some buttons here that I was like, oh, that would be a good top-down view button, but then like it's not. I just couldn't. Also, I have this silly team on. That's not what I meant. Endfield doesn't know what layout you have, as in doesn't have access to that sort of information, not that it doesn't know your particular layout. Well, that's the other, I guess, yeah. Okay, if you meant it that way. Well, maybe they should. Maybe they should. Or I should be able to tell them what my layout is. Let me choose the layout. Just let me tell you what my layout is so that I can have a fully functional thing. What if... No, surely that can't be the reason why the enter didn't work. If it didn't work for Cubic either. Oh, but Cubic's using a... Wait, are you using a German layout, Cubic? What if it's a weird... What if it's a keyboard layout thing why some of the menus don't work? But enter worked for you at some point. Now it doesn't. That's the weird part about it. Oh, you have QWERTY. That's even more weird than mine. See, mine is still QWERTY. I just have some extra letters. And like some of the outside keys are moved around.
We're about to leave.
Mandela effect for real. Yeah, because I was be like, oh, maybe it's a layout thing. But no, Cubic apparently could use enter to equip gear 2 days ago, and now they can't. Fucking making me lose my mind. Anyway, we ended up talking about this for a long time. What is it? Oh god, yeah, it's suddenly half an hour more. I should probably go. I think my friends might be ready soon. Actually, I was literally pinged 4 minutes ago. Yep. We have to move your hand to get to Y? I guess, yeah, like a sort of... Well, at least if I'm on WAS, then yeah, I have to move a little bit to get to Y. Like, it's a little pivot of my wrist to get to Y. Yes. If I'm on WASD. But if if I'm... And I guess, yeah, Y is always in the middle, sort of, even if I'm typing. So, yeah. But, I mean, that's just... QWERTY is the more normal layout, Cubic. Your QWERTY is the strange one. Anyway. Yeah, I'm surprised we went so long about the UI stuff, but, I mean... It is one of those things. Where they have very nice UIs. They have really nice UIs, but then... Some of the navigation stuff within them specifically is a bit cumbersome sometimes, which I've put it into the feedback surveys multiple times. So, I mean, hopefully they change things. I was actually kind of intending to... Allegedly, I intended to try and actually record like a overall thoughts on the beta type thing. And then we ended up just going on random tangents for 5 hours. But this is indeed still probably the last maybe Endfield beta, whatever. Maybe I record my thoughts just off stream or something. This is probably still going to be the last beta stream. Because there just isn't really much to do in the beta now. I think it's actually specifically better, especially with the holidays and whatnot coming and keeping me busy. Better to just not... I can play on release, right? I don't really have a reason to do more. The only things I can do is like... account progression and like optimizing stuff, which doesn't make sense when it's a beta and it's gonna reset in like very soon. So I will say hi to Daily Endfield, it's true. But yeppers, because then otherwise, I mean, we'll obviously see how streams go next week. I'm probably actually fairly normal, at least for Friday, Saturday. Maybe Friday starts slightly later. It's Boxing Day, so it's still like a Christmas holiday day. But otherwise, probably fairly normal. And maybe I try and have a stream early in the day. And obviously now we have IS6. I was actually kind of... earlier today, I had a bit of an itch to play a little bit of IS6. I was like, ooh, ooh. But thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. We'll see if I, at some point, try and record overall beta thoughts. I think I'll make it more like an overall thoughts rather than like a review. A review makes less sense, I feel, almost when it's so close to release. But for now, yeah. Oh yeah, join the Discord if you want to. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Have a good weekend. Be back tomorrow for Daily Endfield. Wow, wee. Silly.